We good? The House will come to order. We are back on line, ladies and gentlemen. So the next thing for our consideration is we are at that order of business of signing of enrolled acts. First enrolled act for our consideration, enrolled act number 20. Reading clerk.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 20, being original Senate File 19, an act relating to public health and safety, authorizing the administration of epinephrine through the use of auto-injectors, nasal sprays, and any other federally approved device or method, amending definitions, requiring rulemaking, and providing for effective dates, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act number 20, having been original Senate File 19. I have so signed. Next enrolled act number 21.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 21, being original Senate File 22, an act relating to corporations, partnerships, and associations, authorizing decentralized unincorporated nonprofit associations to automatically convert to unincorporated nonprofit associations as specified. Conforming language in the Wyoming Decentralized Unincorporated Nonprofit Association Act with the Wyoming Unincorporated Nonprofit Association Act, requiring assets of decentralized unincorporated nonprofit associations to be distributed as required by federal law when winding up in a decentralized unincorporated nonprofit association, clarifying references to decentralized unincorporated nonprofit associations, amending definitions, repealing obsolete provisions, making conforming amendments, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act number 21, having been original Senate File number 22. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for our consideration, number 22.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 22, being original Senate File 27, an act relating to game and fish, allowing a person to use a leashed, blood-trailing dog to track and recover a killed or wounded black bear, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act number 22, having been original Senate File number 27. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for our consideration, number 23.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 23, being original Senate File 71, an act relating to the administration of the government, reconstituting the Office of Homeland Security as the Wyoming Department of Homeland Security, specifying duties and budget requirements for the department, specifying the transfer of assets, obligations, and duties of the Office of Homeland Security to the Department of Homeland Security, making conforming amendments, requiring reports, specifying applicability, and providing for effective dates, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act number 23, having been original Senate File number 71. I have so signed. Next enrolled act number 24.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 24, being original Senate File 53, an act relating to education, requiring amateur status for participation in high school athletic activities, specifying requirements for amateur status, providing exceptions, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act number 24, having been original Senate File number 53. I have so signed. All right. Do we have any, standing committee reports? Chief Reading Clerk.
Senate File 84, sponsored by Water, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, an act relating to water within Wyoming's portion of the Colorado River Basin. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 84 engrossed, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 84 engrossed. Water, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman. Senate File 106, sponsored by Senator Beitman. Welfare Fraud Prevention Act Amendments, an act relating to welfare Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 106 engrossed, Welfare Fraud Prevention Act amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Clauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman. Senate File 111, sponsored by Senator Kolb, Select Committee on Gaming, an act relating to the legislature. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 111, engrossed, Select Committee on Gaming, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Chestick, Filer, Singh, Washit, Webb. Excused, Representatives Kelly and Lean. Representative Washit, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to committee number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 111 engrossed, Select Committee on Gaming, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Haroldson, Sherwood. Noes, Representatives Bear, Pendergraft, and Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman. Senate File 123, sponsored by Senator Beitman, Wyoming Energy Dominance Fund, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 123 engrossed, Wyoming Energy Dominance Fund, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Riggins, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Representative Heiner, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to committee number 2. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 123 engrossed, Wyoming Energy Dominance Fund, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood. Noes, Representatives Bear and Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Reading Clerk. We have messages from the Senate.
Message number 6. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Wyoming Statute 28-12-102, the Senate voted on the confirmation of the governor's appointments, including the investment funds appointments, and confirmed all nominees by the votes indicated. Ayes 31, noes 1, ayes 31, noes 0, ayes 29, noes 1, conflict 1, and an ayes 31. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. Any other announcements? Any others? Representative Geringer, you have something for us, sir.
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many of you got to enjoy it, but over the lunch hour, I was able to go down to the extension and meet a whole bunch of students from charter schools around the state. And at this point, I'd like to recognize up in the South Gallery, if you guys would all stand up, these are students from Podare Academy here in Cheyenne and their teacher, Hunter Hanzus. Welcome to the House.
Thank you, Representative. Welcome to the House. Glad to be able to share part of your day here in the Wyoming House of Representatives. Okay, anyone else? Any announcements? I just have one. I want to remind all of the representatives, this is a reminder that if you have traveled home, we talked about this earlier this morning, if you travel home at any time during this session, you must complete the travel book, notebook in the main office. If you have any questions, please contact Heather in the LSO office for assistance. So we're wanting to make sure everybody gets taken care of and duly compensated. We don't want to miss you if that's any way possible. All right, unless there's something else that I'm missing, I think that clears the deck for now. We're headed into committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do you have a motion for us?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no? I would have checked that one no. Where was he? Yeah, oh, that was you. I thought that was Representative Brown. Congratulations, Representative Andrew Byron.
The committee of the whole will please come to order. The first bill for our consideration is Senate File 81. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 81, sponsored by Recalibration, K through 12 Public School Finance 2, an act relating to K through 12 public school finance. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 81 engrossed, K through 12 Public School Finance 2. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Guggenmoss, Lawley, Singh, Strock. Noes, Representatives Erickson and Williams. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2 Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 81 engrossed, K through 12 Public School Finance 2. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You have heard of the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Bear? Chairman Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 81 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment, and I turn over the explanation to the Chair of Recalibration.
Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, is that what that green thing means? Before we start with the actual explanation of the differences in the engrossed version of the bill, I want to dispense with the Standing Committee amendment. So explaining that, a lot of it was technical corrections. So lines 3 through 11 removes the superintendent's salary cap. We have been in a lot of discussions with attorneys, including the people's attorney, and that's one that we will have a difficult time defending because it's not aligned with enrollment of the different districts. So rather than worry about that, we want to dispense with that one. And then lines 13 through 20 is just technical things. You can see we didn't do a spell checker on some of that. Line 21 is removing a reporting requirement that was put on by the Senate that basically said, if you are awarded money for a specific item and you don't spend it on that item, you have to report why. So let's say we award them so much money for nurses and they don't spend that much money on nurses in their schools, then they have to report why they didn't do that. So we already know when they put the money towards nurses or not. There's just not that explanation there. So that creates quite a bit of reporting requirements for the school district. So we're going to just try to take that off and see if the Senate will go along with that. And then the rest is just conforming to straighten out some technical corrections. So with that, I'll stand for questions. If not any questions, I'll ask for the question.
You have heard the motion on Standing Committee Amendment number 1. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. The Standing Committee Amendment 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill.
Okay, so I want to explain the differences from the original bill, what was changed over in the Senate. So hang on, there was quite a bit of changes. So the engrossed version that came back to us increases funding for the Wyoming school districts, totaling $248.2 million over the next 2 years. So that's $125 million in the first year and $123 million in the second year. So an estimated $31 million is an additional $31 million more than total recommended by the evidence-based model. So our consultants, they gave us their recommendation. We have increased that by $31.5 million for this K-12 funding model. And that doesn't include a $20 million dual enrollment grant that I'll talk about a little bit later. So this This version from the Senate increases teacher and instructional resources funding by an estimated, as I said, 123 million in 27, and adds 260 teacher positions. That includes classroom teachers, tutors, instructional coaches, and summer school extended day teachers. So in addition to the current model, this is 260 more positions. This new version, the average model teacher salary increases by 20%. From current law, which is 60, let's see, actual right now is 67,000 a year. This brings it up to 75,000 a year. It requires school districts to establish an instructional reserve account for unexpended instructional funds and provides a mechanism to expend. Remember, we put a silo around the classroom so that the money allocated for the classroom has to stay in the classroom. They have the flexibility within that classroom to put more money towards teachers or more money towards tutors or paraprofessionals. They have that flexibility. If they want more teachers, they can do that, but that money has to stay in the classroom and not be used for something else. So what this does is it creates a little fund within the silo. So if they can't spend all that money, it doesn't go away. It stays right there in the silo. They can use it later. Okay, is that clear? It stays in the silo. Once it gets in the silo, it can't go out. It stays there. And if you can't spend all the money, then it stays there in a reserve account. But it still has to be used for instructional purposes. All right, other things about this new, the changes over in the Senate, the health insurance. That was another big item. Health insurance now, the school districts can choose their health insurance provider, but health insurance will be computed for each model FTE hired by the district and multiplied by the state of Wyoming's employer premium amount. So we reimburse, if you have 100 employees, we reimburse based on 100 employees at the rate of the state insurance. But you can take that money and use it and buy it from any medical insurance provider that you want. But here's the but. Beginning in 2028, if actual health insurance premium costs are less than the amounts allocated through the model, the difference is subtracted. Now, why is that? They put this in the Senate because they don't want the school districts to spend less on insurance than what is allocated. So they don't want the school districts to just give them a very basic insurance policy when we're paying for this kind of an insurance policy, and then being able to use that difference somewhere else. So if we reimburse them for this level and they only spend this level, a year from now they lose that much. It's to provide an incentive for the school districts to spend all the health insurance premium money allocated in the model on health insurance and not something else, so that the employees get the best health insurance possible with the amount of money. Okay? The model average daily membership, ADM, remember that was another discussion. This has been changed from a 1 year with a minimum of 5% drop to a two-year rolling average. So it's now a 2-year rolling average. Middle school elective and specialist teacher percentage has been raised from 20% up to 33 1/3%. Just give more flexibility for electives in middle school. And it provides each district with a minimum of 17 teachers. So smaller school districts, they have a minimum of 17 teachers. This changes includes immediately funding nurses and elementary school counselors and pupil support per the consultant's recommendation. Remember with the original bill, we were going to delay that for a year while we did some deep dive study into that. They changed it to be effective immediately. And we had put in there $5 million to continue the mental health grant that was started last year. So that has been taken out because this will fund the elementary school counselors and the nurses. This creates a $10 million annual dual enrollment grant program. This goes on forever, subject to appropriation, but it pays for the cost related to courses at community colleges and universities. Dual enrollment, if they're still in high school and they want to pursue some courses in their community college, that $10 million pays for that. All right. So this forwards almost all of the legislative school finance consultants' recommendations from the EB model. It diverges in a couple areas that I want to highlight. It has smaller average elementary and middle school class sizes than what the consultant recommended. It provides additional minimum teachers for small schools and grade bands, so minimum of 6 for elementary, 7 middle school, and 9 for high school. It raises the substitute compensation to $185 a day, and the consultant recommended $261. Right now, our current model is $135. So we're raising it from $135 to $185. The consultant recommended doubling that up to $261. There is no additional funding for instructional materials for summer school and English language learner. So that was recommended by a consultant, and we didn't follow that. And this also maintains a cost of $250 per ADM for technology. Our consultant recommended $450. But remember, we want to study that in this next summer and determine if a one-to-one computer is the right way we want to go. So that's still on the holding pattern. This also prohibits school districts from transferring or expending educational resource block grant dollars into capital construction or major maintenance. And then you'll also remember the earnings on investments that the school districts have. We share that, the state and the school districts. The school districts keep 50% and the state will get 50% of that. The other thing I want to point out is this new model pays off school bus purchases immediately. Right now, if a school buys a school bus, we reimburse 20% over 5 years, and the school district has to cover that cost while they're waiting for these payments. So in this bill, we pay off all of those school buses that we've purchased and haven't, and the school districts are carrying that cost right now. We pay it all off. There's an appropriation of over $20 million in this bill to pay off all the leased vehicles and all the vehicles that haven't been paid. And going forward, when a bus is purchased, the state reimburses them immediately. It also changes the way special education is reimbursed. Right now, it takes a year for us to reimburse for special education costs. With this new bill, we will reimburse it in the current year, so the schools don't have to carry that cost. And that's a pretty big cost. Entitlements payments begin earlier with this proposed bill in July rather than August, and the foundation program interest-free cash loans are available sooner. There's a bridge loan apparatus. So if they run out of money, and some of these school districts that live on property taxes, they only get paid twice a year. And so it's a huge amount of money coming in twice a year, but when they get towards the end of that payment cycle, they may not be able to pay their bills. So we have a bridge loan program where the Wyoming Department of Education can bridge that gap. But it kind of lacks a little bit, and it's very difficult to get those loans. So we, in the recalibration committee, said, why are we making that so difficult? Let's make that easier. It's just to help them with their cash flow reserve. We're dropping the reserve amount. Let's make it easier to get a loan. So we've changed that loan program so that they can get those loans July through in June rather than the end of the year to carry them through. All right, and cash reserves, as past legislation, we're dropping that down from the 30% down to 15%. We've settled on a 20% for cash reserves. And the cash reserves have been important in the past because of bus purchases for special education reimbursement that took a year to come in. And some of these reimbursements that were late coming into the school district. So we're fixing those problems that were inherent to the reason that they needed a bigger cash reserve. So I think with that, continued study this next summer, we will study mental health some more, technology, computers one-to-one basis, schools, security resource officers. That's a bigger deal because we want to work with communities a little bit. What do you do with an SRO during the summer months? Do you hire an SRO as a school district, or do you work with your local police officers or police department so that you work in concert with them so they have something to do during the summertime? That's why we want to study it a little bit more. Nutrition, school nutrition, that's another thing we want to study. So those things are still on the back burner, but this provides a means, a mechanism to continue studying that during this next interim. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Majority Floor, will you move the amendment, or maybe Chairman Bear would like to move it? Hasn't been moved yet. Amendment number 2 has not been moved yet.
I've got number 2.
Okay. Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to Senate File 81 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is coming out of my committee appropriations, and what we're doing here is just consolidating some funding. The good chairman of recalibration just shared with you a great deal of what is going on in the bill, and this just gets the funding going in the right direction, if you will. So the first part of this amendment, we have a $10 million appropriation that is getting codified, and this is for the dual enrollment grant. And that just puts that in codification so that those grants can be funded out to the districts. The second part on page 77 after line 14, this is where we also codify the reimbursement for the school buses. And it used to be that we were funding these at 20% per year for 5 years, and now we're doing it within 3 months of the purchase. This also, if you look at this, it also takes care of those buses that were purchased before the bill goes into effect on July 1st and gets that into codification as well. The next few lines deletes the $500,000 for the committee's work. We have funding for that work to take us through the next interim. And then lastly, this consolidates the $20 million for the dual enrollment, the $20.5 million for the buses purchased before July 1st, and the remainder of this $275 million is the entitlement payments that are above and beyond what we had in there before. So that is what this amendment does. There are some technical corrections at the very end, just to some conforming language, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Any additional discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Those opposed, no. The Standing Committee Amendment number 2 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 81. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate the explanation that we just heard about the instructional silo on in this bill. And if you're like me, you've been hearing quite a little bit about this from your local districts. And so this amendment returns the management and decision-making authority back to local school boards, back to a block grant, similar to what they're operating under now. If you look through that amendment, the meat of that amendment's on page 40 and page 41, a little bit on 42. It was a little bit confusing to me because of the language in here that talked about deleting the first standing committee amendment, and so I got some clarification on that. It's just conforming language that the first standing committee amendment required. This amendment does not delete the effect of that standing committee amendment, which was, as you recall, the cap on superintendent compensation. Does not change that. It just returns to a block grant model instead of the categorical model. We heard in committee that there was a justification in some districts to do that. But in four districts that I represent, I believe that's unmerited. And as I've become more familiar with those boards and their responsibilities, they require some flexibility to manage their own business. And I bring this amendment to return that decision-making authority to the local school boards. Ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, members, the classroom silo is really the glue that holds this together, why we have come so far with this bill. It's been 15 years or more since we passed a recalibration. This passed out of our interim committee 12-0, and it was mainly based on the idea that we want to fund schools, but we want to make sure the money gets to the right place, to the teachers, and therefore to the students. And I would ask you to vote down this amendment. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this amendment, members, we have heard over the past few years that our teachers are underpaid. We heard that resonating through these chambers. Our teachers' salaries aren't up to market conditions. So remember last year we paid an 8.5%, we appropriated an 8.5% raise for our teachers. As you went home, how many of your teachers got that? With this silo, when we appropriate a raise through our external cost adjustment that we will do annually, it will go to the teachers. It can't go anywhere else. So when the teachers are underfunded, we can fix it, and that money can't be used for something else like that 8.5% salary increase that we appropriated last year. On and against.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So on and against, members, again, I think the majority floor leader is correct. A lot of this, I mean, you probably wouldn't have a bill in front of you if it weren't for this silo. I did have concern for my own school district. My own school district was worried because, you know, there was significant non-instructional staff that they fund, and that flexibility in the block grant model was important for them. I do think that the way the engrossed version came back to us, there's actually a good amount that we added, or that they added outside of the instructional silo that addresses a lot of that concern. And I understand the flexibility around school districts, but I think now is a good time to get this bill all the way through. So on and against.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and maybe on the second run of the mic, the good recalibration committee members can help me understand, but historically what we've said then is if you're allowed 100 teachers and you only need 75, you can hire 75, and then you can take the funding for the other 25 and use within the model. And so if that's still true, help me just confirm that, because I'm trying to figure out how to vote on this amendment. But if I understood the previous two speakers, it would suggest that any money going to teaching has to be used for teaching. And the reason I come to that conclusion is if we say we're going to put a raise in, that raise would be based on the number of teachers that you have, being 100, but you may only have 75. And so with the extra money, can it not be, tell me how that works, and I hope I'm making sense there, because it's important for me, because my districts say that flexibility within the model is really, really important, and my school districts are saying they feel like they need to be able to have that local control and don't always appreciate us coming in and then all of a sudden in taking this approach. So if you could, Mr. Chairman, when they come back up, if they could clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the definition of the siloed portion of the block grant is in page 40 of your engrossed bill. So if you want to look at what defines instructional purpose, that's what the silo is. It's saying all of this money in this area can only be used for instructional purposes. It's on page 40. It's the subsection D. There was an amendment on the other side that we had talked about, is in the engrossed version of the bill, that creates this reserve account. Because we're we're siloing and we're increasing the number of teachers, so that the amount of money that's going to each district for teachers is increasing. There was a worry on the other side that we'd try to hire too many teachers all at once, and so we'd overinflate their salaries and create some localized inflation. So we put a protection in that. There's actually a protection that was on the amendment. I think the majority floor leader talked about it a little bit. So we allowed them to create this reserve account. So it kind of smooths out their hiring of teachers, because they won't be able to hire all of the teachers all at once. We give them this little reserve account that they can put some of this instructional siloed money in, so they can ramp it up over the course of several years.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the minority floor leader's explanation there. Additionally, there is still local control. It's within that silo. So if you only need 75 teachers, in the example the good representative provided, with their being funded for 100 teachers, they figure the local school districts decide they only need 75. They can hire more tutors, more paraprofessionals, more instructional facilitators. That can be decided locally. If they want more tutors and less paraprofessionals, or more paraprofessionals and less tutors, but the basis of this is keeping the money in the classroom where it affects our children the most. But the flexibility for local control is still there. They can determine how many teachers, how many tutors they need, and adjust that however fits best for that school. You may have a classroom where you have some children that need some more one-on-one help. That may be just in that one grade, so you hire more paraprofessionals for that one grade. But you have that flexibility within that silo to move those positions around to provide the best resources for the children that are in those classes.
Is there any other discussions on the amendment? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the external cost adjustment conversation. I do believe it's germane to this amendment and to this topic. And we heard about the 8.5%. And I believe that conversation is exactly why this amendment is needed, because we, school districts support raises for teachers regardless of whether we as a legislature supply them an external cost adjustment or not. And so historically, there are many years we do not support an external cost adjustment. And so that's why the salaries in the districts that I'm familiar with have been raised even in those years we didn't support an external cost adjustment, because they had the flexibility, the local control, the decision-making authority to move that money into the classroom. And local school boards are elected to make decisions for our local schools, and I'd like not to take that authority to the legislature. I'd like to send that authority back to my local school boards. on and for.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address a couple of things that have been said in some of this. It seems as if the question always comes up, did this 8.5% raise that we gave last year, did it actually make it to the teachers? And so I dove in on this because I kept hearing, oh, it didn't make it. They took that money and went somewhere else with it. Actually, in our case, in Lincoln County School District number 2, they did get a significant raise in insurance. Some of that went to the insurance, which was going to fall below, which would have been a pay decrease. They also rewarded 3 years of frozen salaries. They gave those back, did the school district. And so that certainly is considered to be a raise. And so with these combinations, it ended up being about a 12%. So when I keep hearing this 8.5, it didn't make it to the teachers. I haven't found those that if you look at the full benefit package, that 8.5 did not go to the teachers. And it's important in all of our school districts, no matter the smallest to the largest, we've got to be able to maintain that level of local control. These are elected individuals that are in our communities. And this is one of the major things, if you look at the great things that we've done in education over the years, this is one thing that has allowed us to continue to do that. And so, again, I would very much support this and leaving that in the hands of those people that are responsive to their constituents, and that is the school board, who comes from a variety. If I would go over the school board members that I know, what a great variety of people throughout our community, and they dive in, they do their homework, they spend a large amount of time making sure that the very best get to the students. And so I think that's something that we need to take into account. And I would again urge your passing of this amendment.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just did a quick lookup of what that county that was just described did in the last era here after the ECA was passed out of 8.5%. And the county named after the president that presided over the Civil War, their school district number 1 had a 0.71% increase in pay, and number 2 had a 3.36% increase in pay. And I guess I've got a question for that commenter. What does it mean that they replaced the frozen wages? I mean, frozen wages means no raises. Did they give some raises that they were anticipating since some other time? Because 0.71% is not significant. Neither is 3.36. So I'd like some more clarification on that comment.
Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Representative Jarvis? We're on committee of the whole amendment number 1.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a question I guess I have when we're considering the amendment that has to do with the, and maybe it's the wrong, and if it is, I will retract this. But I sent everybody an email just on teacher requirements for the amendments when you're looking at the number of teachers for which like those rural districts can have. And then you're putting in that additional funding for like tutors, like what we're discussing. And what I sent everyone is just the requirements that every school district is required to meet for graduation standards. And what I mean by that is there's 10 different content areas for which school districts are required to produce teachers for. And within those 10 content areas, like the email outlines, so like for example, science, you actually have to have 3 different teachers at the secondary level You end up with biology teachers or science teachers and chemistry. But rarely do those teachers ever come like a unicorn where they're certified in general science where they can teach all. So you end up having to hire 3 different teachers to teach science. And the same for fine and performing arts. If you're going to offer that, you have choir teachers, you have art teachers, you have band teachers, and so rarely do you find people that are cross-endorsed and certified. So when you're going to offer those electives, and I also want you to kind of take note that of those 10 content areas, when they're broken up even furthermore into those 3 areas, like I just talked about, you also have where you have to have a
Point of
special
order.
ed, excuse me.
What's your point?
We might be on the wrong amendment.
Okay. Is it?
The whole amendment number 1.
I was kind of wondering that.
So maybe
When
go
we're
back and-
talking about the extra teachers, is that not the amendment? Okay, then I'll withdraw it and bring it back here in a
Next.
minute.
Representative Williams, any other discussion on the committee of the whole amendment number 1? Representative Harshman coming to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I'd just like a little more, maybe members of the recal committee to explain this silo. And I think, you know, when you look at the crew report in the Department of Education, they monitor how these are spent and these teacher resources, it's always the lowest it's ever been is 90%. I think this past year, it's 98% of the teacher resources went to teachers. And they monitor that through each piece of the model. And so I want to kind of piggyback on what the good representative from Lincoln County said. Some people, there's a lot of myth out there, but if you actually look at the crew report and you look at it by district, and so I'm wondering then why this silo, if we're already 98% congruent with the model, why the silo? Is that because of the infusion of money and more positions? And then you put that little separate reserve account? I guess that's what so I guess to keep explaining that, maybe educate us on this important piece of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear frequently from teachers in our district who tell me that their perception, at least, is that the administrative head building grows and grows, and their resources do not. And so to me, going on that statement that I'm hearing from teachers, the idea of siloing makes sense, that we put some amount of money in a silo for classroom stuff, and we put another amount of money in another silo for administrative and ancillary stuff. It gives us the ability to fully fund classroom education, because any effort by this body to put any level of constraint on education spending seems to always result in complaints that we're shortchanging kids and we're underfunding teachers. And so it seems that this silo approach fixes that. If I'm completely off base, fill me in. But that's what I hear from teachers in my district, is it seems like the admin always grows at a disproportionate rate compared to the classroom funding.
Is there any other discussion on committee of the whole amendment number 1? Representative Erickson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify that, let me tell you a few of these numbers, and I think they'll make a little more sense. The district that we were talking about increased the steps from 800 to 1,100 and awarded 4 steps. So that's 4,400 on the steps. Then 3,000 on the base. So last year, with that increase, a veteran teacher got $7,400 as a raise. So that's again, these numbers, individually broken out. We can see those as to the percent of increase that happened there. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Minority Floor Leader Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the one thing I would say is that, I mean, the reason that school districts were taking money out of the instructional part, from the non-instructional part and frankly, giving it to raises for instructors was because we were underfunding instructors. So the bill as a total, frankly, gives us a nice reset point, because what will happen is, because we've siloed it, you will know when money is getting pulled out of the non-instructional part to feed instructors as school districts if we start lagging behind. So I think the silo will make it easier for us to track when we are not doing our job, frankly. And so I look forward to seeing how school districts handle what this recalibration gives them, as well as making sure that we stay up to date year after year, making sure that we do the right thing by teachers.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion. Appreciate what we heard from Chairman over here from the middle part of the state that had a point well taken about admin growing when and teachers not getting the money, and that is exactly what we heard in committee from larger districts. I understand that's the concern. I'm not one of those larger districts. That's not a concern in smaller rural districts that I represent. And so certainly appreciate that. Understand that's why that we're having this conversation. But I'm representing rural districts. And so that's why I bring this amendment. Also, the ECA conversation, I'll just touch briefly on that. One district of mine has given a raise 2 or 3% every year, regardless of whether we support an ECA at all or we support an 8.5% as a legislature. And so that flexibility in the block grant model has given them liberty to treat their teachers right as they can, regardless of legislative support. And in the last 10 years, they've done what they could with what we have allocated them, and the raises are still just below the rate of inflation. And so I believe that's probably on us, but I appreciate all the discussion, and I look forward to your aye vote.
Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has not been adopted. We are back on the bill. Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 to Senate File 81 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is mainly a cleanup amendment that was worked on by some of the members of the body across the hall and our good staff after some of the comments we received on this bill in your committee number 4 on the House. There is no fiscal impact to this amendment. Essentially, what it does is it makes the creation of the instructional reserve account optional. So if they don't want to spend all of the money in the instructional reserve or in the instructional silo, they can put it in this reserve account, but we're making it optional whether or not they have to create that. And then we also clarify that what is in that instructional reserve account has to be used for instructional purposes. We go on further to specify that we are going to collect the rolls for employees monthly rather than on the specific date of October 1st. so that we can deal with fluctuations in the roles so that, you know, if someone has a qualifying event and goes on or off the healthcare plan, that's accounted for on a monthly basis rather than a yearly basis. It also requires that the department that oversees education convert the FTEs to the proportional share as if the employees participated in the state group health insurance plan. Additionally, we are also clarifying that if a position is paid for partially by federal funds, what we are paying for the benefits for that employee also is proportional to that. So if it's paid 50% by federal funds and 50% by state funds, we're paying 50% of the benefits of that. And then the last cleanup amendment is adding the words up to the 105% requirement. So section 6, to have the districts pay the greater of the model salary or up to 105% of the previous school year. We didn't intend to rigidly require them to pay exactly 105%, but up to. So this is mainly just a cleanup, doesn't change the intent of what anybody was trying to do. And I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Representative Clouston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. If a school district may set up the reserve account, what if they don't? Where do those funds sit? How are they kept track of?
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only option would be to then spend them.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the good chairman could just kind of explain again the up to 105%, the last part of your amendment, just explain that again. Thank you.
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is part of the instructional silo. This is part of the language that was added in the other body to try to prevent this artificial inflation from happening. Essentially, they need to pay whatever is greater. The model salary that we are establishing in this bill, or 105% of the previous year's salary. So they can pay anything, they can pay, 101%, 102%. We're trying just to not rigidly require 105%. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification from the good chairman of education. On page 59, line 9, where we were striking out October 1st and putting each month, not sure, I think it should be October 1st of the prior year, because that doesn't quite make sense. Of each month of the prior year. Just a clarification on that strike, on that change.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if the good presenter could also help me understand, is there a cap on the reserve account? Was that, help me understand that a little bit, please?
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is no cap on the reserve account. And back to the other question, the purpose is so that we're tracking this on a monthly basis. Because sometimes the roles fluctuate. Sometimes people are hired, sometimes people are fired. So we want to be able to work with those districts in real time so they don't have to forward or spend extra money that they don't have. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add a little clarity to that October 1st versus every month, let's assume you have someone that's single and they, or let's say they're married and then they have a baby, they want to go from a plan that's just employee and spouse, now they want a family plan. We want them to be able to convert immediately rather than wait until the next October. Or if they're 25, they just got out of school and they're teaching and they're on their parents' insurance, and then they turn 26 and all of a sudden their parents kick them off, they need to be able to go on to an insurance program. So month to month, that allows employees to make adjustments depending on their situation, not be held to something for the whole year, for a year until they can change it.
Is there Representative Bear? Excuse me, sorry, Representative Banks.
I'm like, did I get promoted there? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I appreciate this amendment. One of the things that had been real concerning to me and some districts in my area was that health insurance language. And just to clarify that, our good professionals and people that really work hard in our schools, that only hit 30 hours if they're going to be covered. So I appreciate this amendment that clarifies that we're going to take care of those people and that they'll be able to qualify as well. So I'm on and in favor. My district is grateful for this change, and so I appreciate your support on it.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Question having been called, all those in favor of committee of the whole amendment number 2, say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the whole amendment number 2 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Connolly.
Thank you. I move committee of the whole amendment 3 to Senate File 81. And I ask for your favorable consideration. What this amendment does is, if you look on your bill, page 8, on those lines 9 through about 15, it removes the word district and it deletes district, and it'll say for any school that includes. And as you go down through, there's several different places where district is mentioned. And the reason that I think this is so critical is for these smaller, rural, isolated schools that they may be in a district, but they're isolated and they're on their own and they're a K-12. And what we need is it makes it 17 FTE, and it provides a structural floor necessary to responsibly meet certification and accountability requirements. So without a minimum floor, small rural communities they're really disadvantaged compared to the larger communities, even within the same district. So the reality is a school district with fewer than 1,300 students, that becomes an issue for our rural K-12 schools that are struggling. And this amendment ensures that rural schools are not disproportionately impacted by enrollment shifts. So, and also there's a piece in there to insert the additional funding for this as well. So there's not a lot of schools in this position, but I know there's probably at least 4. And we don't want to be causing a long-term, we're looking long-term, short-term, okay, but we could have some real problems with our small isolated schools if we don't pass this amendment. So I would really appreciate your consideration.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So there are at least, so I think the good bringer of the amendment said that there were 4. I know of at least 3. There's one, and I believe I can say counties. So there's one in Albany, there's one in Natrona, and there's at least one in Platte. So these are the body across the hall put in an amendment that had a minimum number of FTEs per school district. So if your school district as a total had a very low number of average daily membership, we give them a floor of the number of FTEs. What the bringer of the amendment does is say if you have small schools where the minimum ADM is below a certain number, then you get a minimum floor for that school. A lot of our small districts, they are fine because all of their schools are in one building. Some of these schools, they're kind of pushed out in more rural areas from the rest of the district. What I wouldn't want to have happen, and so I'll actually be speaking in favor because it actually took me a while to think about this, is if you have a small school that's part of a larger district, what I don't want is there to be an incentive for that small school to turn into its own district by itself so it gets this minimum FTE. Because that would be the benefit of the larger school district and of the small school for it to split off. And so I think I'll actually speak in favor of this just to make sure that every small school has that minimum number of FTEs. It's not that much overall when compared to the rest of the budget, but it does make it so we're not incentivizing small schools to pull out of their district.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our recalibration committee, we talked quite extensively about smaller schools, and this is where we diverged from the consultant's recommended model. We added minimum teachers for small schools, and what we have in the bill is minimum teachers for small schools and grade bands, minimum of 6 teachers for elementary, 7 for middle school, and a minimum of 9 for high school. Also, remember, this silo is not a silo just for a school, it's a silo for the whole district. So they still have that ability to move teachers around, paraprofessionals, tutors, and on this model that we have here, we have an additional 260 positions going to be funded for that's statewide, recognize, but that silo is for the whole district. And so if the local school districts decide that, hey, that school out there, that small school needs more than the minimum that we have, 6 elementary, or that middle school out there needs more than 7 that we have in the model, we'll send an extra teacher out that way because we have 260 more positions being funded. So I think it's being taken care of. It has been taken care of. So I'm on and against this amendment.
Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against this amendment, I've been involved in some of these conversations with parents who go to whose children go to these small schools in my districts. There has been some movement to shut them down. And in the end, what saves them is they go through the numbers and they realize that an ADM from one of these small schools is tens of thousands of dollars more sometimes than what an ADM in an urban school is. So there is no incentive for them to get rid of small schools. There's a lot of financial incentive for them to keep the small schools. It's just that the districts need to understand that and sometimes need to be reminded. But in the end, it was decided that they could not close them down. Thank you.
Representative Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I'm on the right amendment. So as I was going through and talking about the requirements, the minimum requirements for graduation, and I did the numbers with the email that I shared everyone, you would need 13 core teachers, and then if you wanted a librarian, that would be 14, and a reading interventionist would take you to 15. If you combined your middle school and your high school numbers, that's 16. And when I say core teachers, I've included everything in there except for CTE. So that CTE person, that would leave one additional certification spot position open for CTE. But I want to draw your attention to the CTE certifications. There's 19 of them. And the teacher has to be certified and hold the endorsement in that specific PIC permit, that specific permit to be able to teach that CTE program. So if you're really looking at the numbers and you were to combine at the secondary level for these really rural districts, they would need a minimum of 17 teachers. So to be able to just offer the bare minimums, and that's with one CTE teacher. So like you have teachers that are certified in business and they don't usually teach auto, and your auto teachers don't usually teach home ec. Every now and then you can get those unicorns that hold more than one CTE certification. But you are like for these small schools and in these rural situations, paying attention to teacher certification is extraordinarily important when you're asking. So when they're asking for the 17, that number is coming in with that one CTE teacher to be able to do that. Now, this is not just because I got clarity out in the hallway. This is not including your special education teachers because they're fully reimbursed out of a different different area. But if you just went with the bare minimum of 17, these districts will not be eligible for any instructional facilitators, any tutors, any additional, because they'll actually be 2 human beings over what is allocated to them if they do this.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, in my area over there, I'm on and for this amendment. I have one school district that is composed of 3 small schools. So this big silo doesn't exist with 3 small schools. And then my other school district over there has 1 large school and 1 small school. So I can see the advantages to the silo for that, but the small school district with 3 small schools doesn't have the ability to have a large silo to move this around, if I'm following this correctly. So I think I'm on and for her amendment.
Representative Klauston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to need some clarification here because as I read through this and we get rid of school district and we put in schools, this is going to read, for the school, additional FTE shall be provided to ensure that the total teacher FTE for the school is equal to 17. I'm thinking about a school with 30 or 40 students. I read this, we're going to have 17 teachers for 30 to 40 students. So I want to make sure that's what the bringer of the bill, or the bringer of the amendment actually intended to do.
Is there any more discussion on the amendment? Representative Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we got to, that sounds like what the previous speaker said, sounds kind of like an overkill, but it really isn't, because the additional K-12 rural challenges really to consider is reduced elective and CTE pathways. And a teacher with multiple certifications is very limited. And so the shared core / elective staff is not a reality in most of these rural K-12 schools. We got to make sure that we have that core capability, and we just can't let these small schools kind of hang out in the wind. So I just appreciate your support on this amendment.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question I'm still running around in my mind, though, is if the district can work within the district, they're all district schools. The district where the numbers are being provided, the teachers, as long as you get along between schools, they would have the latitude to be able to add an additional teacher out there if they wanted to. There's not a limitation on the school. We're talking the number of teachers that are being offered to the district. So as I've listened to the conversation and tried to better understand this is going to do back to what the one speaker from my neighbor to my west could quickly create. Low numbers of students in a small school, an automatic 17 teachers. You know, and so the districts can work within themselves. They've got the dollars now, and with this increased numbers of teachers that are going to be allowed through this new potential recalibration, as long as the district can get along with the other schools, I mean, and work with her in their schools, they have the latitude to be able to send additional teachers to those rural schools and are funded for them. So this is going to create a large additional expense if we're not careful about this, when we're already compensating for that within the district. So this is still a district decision that they can make. But, you know, and I've heard one instance in just some brief discussions, if there's a potential problem between two different schools in the same district and they're having a rub that way, then yes, there could be a problem where they may be unwilling, who knows, to maybe send teachers that way. But actually, this is set up that the districts have the latitude to be able to send additional teachers, if they so see fit, to these rural locations. So consideration needs to be taken on this. So
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3 has not been adopted. We are back on the bill. Any additional discussion on the bill? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If one of the calibration committee could just walk me through some of the conversation on the reserves and why we ended up where we did. Now, I understood from that they can hold a maximum of 20% in reserves. And then we talked about a reserve account in the instructional silo. Is that reserve amount part of the 20% of the total reserve? So I'm seeing a no. So then we've kind of got two reserves there. Thank you. That helps that. And then I would also assume that that 20% wouldn't include any federal impact aid. It would just be state general funded reserves. So that's correct too. Thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, then I do have a question is why we settled on 20%. And then we take the investment earnings and we require them to split them back with the state. And I'm really trying to understand the logic on that, why we wouldn't just allow them to keep that for educational purposes. So those are my two questions left on investment. And then on the insurance, if you could help me understand, if you've got a quarter of an FTE, how then do you provide the insurance? How does that work? Are we saying that they don't qualify for insurance, or just walk me through that a little bit where I can understand that, please?
Any other discussion on the bill? Minority Floor Leader Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, on the reserve, I think there was just a push during the recalibration committee meetings to reduce the amount of reserves overall. And so we just shrunk that number. As to why, I was not something that I was in favor of, so I won't speak to it. And then the insurance, it should be actual hired FTEs, so not calculated FTEs. So we will be reimbursing the insurance amount for actual hired FTEs. And with the good chairman of education's fix, there was one fix about where in the calculation it was a partial FTE, even as hired, where we weren't reimbursing it correctly. But I think all of that smoothed out, where the intent is the insurance that gets paid out is up to the amount that we'd pay out for an EGI funded FTE for the actual number of FTEs.
Speaker Nyman.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. To try to hopefully maybe bring some clarity to the good representative from over in that country, but you know who you are. We were at 30%. And when I was sitting on House Education, we moved that up to from 20 to 30. Actually, it was, I believe, 15 at that time. We moved it up to 30% because we had so many dollars coming in through the ESSER 1, 2, 3, and all those different funds. Well, we wanted to try to incentivize the districts to not just get rid of that money and hang that on the wrist, so we expanded that. But we also were trying to compensate for them because a lot of times prior to this recalibration, the districts were on the hook for having to provide some real dollars in real time for some expenses ongoing. And they needed those dollars there to be able to hold in reserve. But now with this potential legislation, we're looking at reducing that responsibility of the districts, i.e. bus payments, i.e. sped payments, all these different things that were coming onto them. And they're not as necessary to have that high of a limit of the 30%. So we moved it down to 20 in an effort to just reflect the fact that they are going to have to be what would you say, prepared for large expenses through the course of the year, because we're going to be reimbursing them on a faster pace and allowing them to be able to purchase or borrow money and things like that on a quicker turnaround basis. So there's going to be less need to hold larger reserves because we're going to keep them more current than what we have been previously. As far as the returning the 50% of their investment income, it was simply a split. You're going to be able to keep that. You keep half that investment, and we're going to put others of it back into the thing so we can make sure that we stay current and fluid and let them generate revenue with those savings if they have them, but also realizing where they came from, hopefully help on this end too, because they're going to be asking for those dollars to come back. So it was simply a splitting of that investment money, but there was less need for more reserves because there's going to be less pressure on them to be able to have to carry large expenses over a longer period of time.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address one other question that the good representative from the land of warm winds had about a quarter FTE. What does a quarter FTE look like? I've never been able to hire a quarter FTE. It's you're either a worker or not worker. Sometimes I've been told that I don't work like a full worker, but that's an issue I had in my employment. But a quarter. Remember that our health insurance is based. We reimburse on employees that are on the ground. So if a school district hires a person, we reimburse insurance for that person. Now, if they're working 20 hours a week, they're eligible for insurance. And they will be reimbursed for medical insurance if they're working more than 20 hours a week. Most school districts now require 30-hour a week to be on their medical insurance. Also, for employees that have a mixture of federal funds and state funds, some of them have 75% are paid by federal funds, 25% by state funds. We will pay that 25% ratio based on the state portion, and the federal funds will pay the other 75%. Now, the way this is structured, if you're a 3/4 of an employee down to a half of an employee, you get 50% of the medical premium. Anything below a quarter, you don't get anything. But remember, we pay for people, boots on the ground, basically. If that employee is there and working, maybe they're working part-time in this department and part-time in that department, they're employed. If they're employed more than 20 hours, they get medical insurance coverage. Or we reimburse the districts for medical coverage. Hopefully that helps.
Representative Larson.
Thank you. And it does partially. I think that what you see in some of the rural districts in where I'm at is you could have a 0.5 FTE or less that provides some professional services, but to incentivize them to come to that rural district and provide those services part-time, they want health insurance coverage. And so they would be able to cover whatever percentage that is, whether it be 50% or 25% or 30%. But then the school's going to have to come up with the remainder of that, if I'm understanding that correctly, if they're going to provide that insurance. And they could do that out of the reserve account, I guess. But if I'm on the right track, that would be helpful.
Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
we could take this offline easily, but if they work more than 20 hours a week, they will be covered.
Is there any additional discussion on the bill? Representative Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess when you say they would be covered by the bill for the actual human beings, I just want to clarify that, or for the allotted FTEs.
Any other discussion on the bill? Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that committee of the whole rises report, it do so with the recommendations Senate File 81 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 81 has passed the committee of the whole. Majority Floor Leader Heiner.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee of the whole rise for the purpose of signing some enrolled acts, specifically the budget and a couple others, and to sit again right after that.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Okay, we are at that order of signing of enrolled acts. Thank you, Chairman Byron. Have you right back here shortly. Reading clerk, enrolled act number 25.
Senate Enrolled Act number 25 being original Senate File 12. An act relating to Defense Forces and Affairs, creating the Wyoming National Guard member reenlistment and extension program as specified, requiring reporting, requiring rulemaking, providing for an appropriation, and providing for effective dates being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 25, having been original Senate File 12. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for our consideration, Enrolled Act number 26.
Senate Enrolled Act number 26 being original Senate File 13. An act relating to Defense Forces and Affairs, increasing the re-referral bonus amount for the Wyoming National Guard member re-referral incentive program, expanding eligibility of the program, extending the sunset date for the program, making conforming amendments, providing for an appropriation, and providing for an effective date being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 26, having been original Senate File number 13. I have so signed. Next and last of this group, Enrolled Acts number 27.
Senate Enrolled Act number 27 being original Senate File 1. An act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2028, providing definitions, providing for appropriations and transfer of funds for the period of the budget and for the remainder of the current biennium ending June 30th, 2026 as specified, providing for carryover of certain funds beyond the biennium as specified, providing for employee positions as specified, providing for duties, terms, and conditions and other requirements relating to appropriations for the remainder of the current biennium ending June 30th, 2026, and the period of the budget as specified, providing for position and other budgetary limitations, continuing an account, authorizing grants and loans, discharging interfund loans, funding a higher education program, requiring an audit of funds, making conforming amendments, amending and repealing prior appropriations, and providing for effective dates being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 27, having been original Senate File 1. I have so signed. There's your budget. Okay. Okay, we'll do some standing committee reports here, and then we'll be right back on committee of the whole, just briefly. There's only a couple, 2 or 3, so. Reading clerk, please.
Senate File 72, sponsored by Senator Schuler, Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 education, to whom is referred Senate File 72, Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, respect the report sent back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Erickson, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Noes, Representatives Bratton, Guggenmoss. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman. Senate File 104, sponsored by Senator Scott. Higher Education Research Funding, an act relating to higher education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 104 engrossed. Higher Education Research Funding. Respect the report, send back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Bratton, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Lawley, Singh, Strzok, Williams. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman. Senate Joint Resolution Number 5, sponsored by Senator Driscoll. Convention of States, a joint resolution requesting Congress to call a convention for proposing amendments to the United States Constitution as specified. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate Joint Resolution 5, Convention of States. Respect the report, send back to the House with the recommendation to pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Erickson, Lawley, Singh, Williams. Noes, Representatives Bratton, Guggenmoss, Strzok. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. We have one re-referral. Chairman Andrew. We'll get that taken care of, and then I think we'll go right back to Committee of the Whole. Chairman Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to re-refer Senate File 104 to Committee number 2, Appropriations.
All right, without objection, it's been re-referred to Committee number 2, Appropriations. All right, Chief Clerk, that should do it. Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Let's get back to Committee of the Whole, if you can, clerk. Does he need to make a motion to drop back in?
Committee of the Whole will please come to order. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 58. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 58, sponsored by Tribal Relations, Wyoming Indian Child Welfare Act Sunset Repeal, an act relating to Indian child welfare. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 58, Wyoming Indian Child Welfare Act Sunset Repeal. Respect the report, send back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 58 do pass. And I further turn over the explanation of the bill from the good man from our reservation.
Representative Posey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 58 had a sunset date associated with it, and I'll give a little bit history behind the Indian Child Welfare Act. In 1978, it was passed because many children were placed out of state and out of tribal homes. And when this passed, it allowed tribes to, it strengthened the authority of tribes to intervene in state child custody proceedings. Earlier in around 2002, was challenged in court of the constitutionality of this act, the 1978 Act. The governor appointed a task force here because there was a lot of concern in a tribal community of what might happen if it was rescinded. It wasn't. It was upheld in June of 2023 in Supreme Court. But during that time, the task force from the state of Wyoming was tasked with developing the Wyoming Indian Child Welfare Act. And it's been in law since 2023 or 2024. I can't remember the specific date. But this just refers to the sunset clause. The current law has a sunset date of 2025. 27. This just allows it to continue. So in a nutshell, if there's an Indian child in County 1 that is an enrolled member of the either tribe on the Wind River, by law, they have to contact the Department of Family Services and work with them on the placement of that child. And the intent is to keep children in family placement and in a tribal community so they have more access to cultural and traditional teachings. And I stand for any questions.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question comes as to why this is a full repeal and not just to extend the sunset date out. It's my understanding that when this program was created in 2021, that there was some concerns over federal overreach, and so tying the sunset to it gave us a chance to evaluate how that was going to move forward. I understand that this creates a legal certainty and it expounds upon tribal relations, but I'm curious as to why we wouldn't just kick the sunset date out another 2, 4, 5 years and reevaluate the program then versus have an exact repeal. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the McGirt case that was settled, that was the genesis behind doing the state plan that you see here now. All of the challenges that came before in that case, they didn't have standing in, and there is concern that there could be additional challenges in the future. We can't see how far out, and so we just felt it best to just remove the sunset. If no challenges take place, the federal law has primacy. But if the federal law is to be challenged, it would give direction to our state agencies on how to handle the placement of tribal children within the confines of our statute.
Representative Posey.
Thank you to my neighbor legislator on that. I know the gentleman was on the task force when they discussed this, and that did come up in our committee, the state tribal, one of our representatives to bring up, why don't we put a 4 or 5 or 10 limit? But as my fellow representative said, there may be challenges in the future at the federal level, but it was held constitutional in 2023. So we felt that we would just repeal the date at this point.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that the committee of the whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 58 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 58 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 21. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 21, sponsored by Blockchain, Wyoming Stable Token Amendments, an act relating to trade and commerce. Mr. Speaker, you're Committee Number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 21 engrossed, Wyoming Stable Token Amendments. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Riggins, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Representative Heiner, Chairman.
Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File number 21 do pass. And I turn over the explanation of the bill to the good representative with a great voice.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you, I'm bringing Senate File 21, Wyoming Stable Token Amendments, and I ask for your favorable consideration. This is a bill that was sponsored by the Select Committee on Blockchain, and really it's a cleanup bill to reinforce the work that we're doing with the stable token. So I'm just going to walk through the bill on page 2 of the engrossed version, the blue version that we have. You can see on lines 10 through 13. that this allows the commission to enter into agreements with other states for the purpose of consulting, coordinating, and facilitating the use of Wyoming stable tokens issued by the commission under this act. And so the purpose of doing that would be to allow really other states to be able to use the innovation that we have here in Wyoming. They don't want to go through that legislative process themselves, and so they want to use the stable token as a tool that they can use within their government. And that is an opportunity for them to invest in the stable token to our benefit, to benefit our education system. And so this would change just that. It would add that language so that we're able to engage in those types of agreements. Then if you go on page 3, line 6, it just talks about that, making sure that our treasury investments are in compliance with 17 CFR Part 270.28 through 7. And then on page 3, line 19, we take the amount of collateral which is held in the stable token account from 102 to 100% that would be required in order to liquidate. And so the reason we're doing this is because if we were to withdraw any sort of money, that may incur some sort of additional cost to make sure that we were able to transition the stable token into a dollar amount for any sort of customer. And so that would cover any of those additional costs. This creates the liquidity account for that purpose, and that's what's happening on page 4. And then on page 5, it really just goes through the purpose of the stable token liquidity account, the different rules that exist for this trust, and that the commission shall maintain in the liquidity account an amount equal to 2% of the notional value of all outstanding issued Wyoming stable tokens. And then at the very end, on page 6, on page 6, line 4, the commission may, subject to the rules promulgated by the commission, accept federal grants and other contributions, grants, gifts, transfers, bequests, or donations from any source for deposit into the account created in this section, provided that the funds deposited into an account under this section may be subject to the requirements of that account. So really, if someone wanted to give a gift to or somehow support this product that we have here, they would be able to just do that, and all of those proceeds would be under the guidance of the commission itself. So there's a authority that these folks would have to see in order to receive that money. So that's what this bill does, and we worked on it over the interim. It's been through that vetting process, and so I would ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when committee of the whole rises report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 21 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 21 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 69. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 69, sponsored by Water, Waste and Stormwater Infrastructure Study, an act relating to water. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 69 engrossed. Waste and Stormwater Infrastructure Study. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to committee number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 69 engrossed. Waste and Stormwater Infrastructure Study. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Zalman, Angelos, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Noes, Representative Bear. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chair Banks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 69 do pass. And I'll turn the explanation over to the good representative where the water's sweet.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I bring you Senate File 69 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, this is a waste and stormwater infrastructure study. Pretty much that's what it says. What it is what it says. Through the interim, through Select Water Committee, we had many representatives from our cities and towns and come to us and say that this is an issue for them. And so, especially with the aging of the infrastructure. So we decided to put forward this bill so that way we can study where we're at as a state and as a whole with our infrastructure and put together a plan and see where there may be funding issues or things like that. It'll take a look at the whole process as a whole so that way we can provide good recommendations to our cities and towns. So ask for your favorable consideration.
We have a committee of the whole amendment. Representative Fortstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 69. Ask for your favorable consideration. Basically, this amendment just clarifies the data ownership in the completion of the study and report. So tries to standardize the format of the data and makes it usable to the general public. But most importantly, I think it could help reduce engineering costs to local governments and districts that may be able to use this data after the study's completed rather than just an overall report. It may provide some specific data points that are useful to taxpayers and others around the state. So ask for your consideration.
Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Question having been called, are those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of question being called. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Banks' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises support, it do so with the recommendation of Senate File 69 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 69 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 110. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 110, sponsored by Senator Hicks, Residential Property Tax Revisions, an act relating to taxation and revenue. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 3 Revenue, to whom is referred Senate File 110 engrossed, Residential Property Tax Revisions, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Stivar, Worth. Noes, Representatives Riggins and Storer. Representative Locke, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2 Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 110 engrossed, Residential Property Tax Revisions, respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Smith. Noes, Representative Sherwood. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill Senate File 110 do pass. And I further move the adoption of the Standing Committee amendments. And I will review the bill and then I'll defer to representative from County 1 for the committee amendment or for the Standing Committee amendment. But I'll review the bill first just to make sure it all sort of fits together. So, body, this is a sort of a new property tax, residential property tax bill that's coming through the process, and it's very different than what we've seen before. So let me describe it kind of at a high level and kind of what it does. In short, this bill implements Amendment A, which most of you know was voted in by the public, I think 2 years ago in the election. And what we do with this bill is we implement both the residential property tax component is there as well as the owner occupied. And this bill changes for the owner occupied component. It changes from the 9.5% to 8.3%, which is as much of a change that can be implemented. So that's one piece of what this bill does. And so for owner occupied properties, it's changing from 9.5% being applied for the assessment to 8.3. The second part of this bill, and you'll see that when you kind of move on to pages 4 and 5, you'll see the second part of this. And what it does is, in addition to the adjustment to the 8 from 9.5 to 8.3, it also, for owner occupied properties only, it takes the 25 school mills now, and it changes them from on a normal assessment. Those 25 mills are part of several different school mills. And to summarize those, there's the 25 mills, there's 6 mills, and then there's 12 mills. So overall, the base mills for schools are those 43. It takes the 25 mills and it takes it down to 0. So it's basically, in a roundabout way, it is replacing the current, and then in what the bill also does is it sunsets, when this gets implemented, it will sunset the 25% exemption. So this bill is really kind of replacing this in a different, with different mechanisms, and giving the body the ability to meet those exemptions, meet those property tax relief numbers in a little bit different way. Let me explain, at least I'll give you some perception of where it has an effect at different levels. Okay, so I'll start with the fact that we adjust from the 25% would go away, and we make that adjustment from 9.5 to 8.3. So that changes, that adjustment is about 12.6%. Okay, so now the impact to our locals, our counties, our cities, our special districts, instead of them getting hit by 25%, it cuts that basically in half, if that makes sense. So I wanted to, at least to explain that. And then the other part that this body just needs to be aware of, that the 25 mills that are removed from owner-occupied assessments, that falls onto the state. So the state will end up paying that. Now, let me explain that just a little bit. So for the 25% exemption that was put in place, for example, as you guys, as this body knows, that 25% went against basically all of the residential property taxes that were collected. Okay? So that 25% impacted those 25 mills, all of the school mills, all 43 of the school mills. It impacted the 12 mills for counties, the 8 mills for cities, and all of the other mills. So understand that the 25% exemption also impacted those mills. And so the state, as you guys know, we have a certain amount of money we have to pay for the schools. We don't cut the amount of money that's going to the schools. The state picks up that bill. This is just a little bit of a different approach to where we are putting that bill back on the state, okay, and taking a little bit different approach to doing this. And again, one of the things, we've had a lot of support from the locals, because what this does do, this takes a lot of the pressure off of the impacts that you all heard from your local counties, your cities, your special districts. This significantly changes that impact model to them. And that's a summary of the bill, and of course we'll stand for questions. The one other kind of important piece, well, actually very important piece, couple pieces here. First of all, there's a $500,000 appropriation in here. And I'm not big on appropriations, but in this case, implementing the Amendment A, making the percentage adjustment from 9.5 to 8.3, the department and the assessors all say, no problem, that's automatic, that's easy to do. It gets much more complicated when we start adjusting the mills that we're using for residential property relief in this case. And so that $500,000 is to give the department the money to make the changes to the camera system to be able to implement that. And you'll see that that is effective basically immediately on July 1 of this year. Now, this bill is not effective until January 1st, 2028, because to implement this, to do it right, and to make sure it's a smooth implementation, it's going to take that much time. And let me just, in short, kind of describe the path forward. Now, there's always a bit, it gets complicated with the People's Initiative. That being said, but what we'll see is, most of you remember the 25% last year was against all residential property. This year, the 25% exemption will be against owner-occupied property only. If, for example, this would then be implemented in the next year, this would all be owner-occupied only, and then it would drop the impact to the local governments, that additional, basically 12.5%. Hopefully I explained it well. I know property tax bills can be boring and painful, but there was a committee or a standing committee amendment, and I will yield the floor to the representative from my county and let her go into the amendment as well.
On the standing committee amendment, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so we have all our bases covered, I move the standing committee amendment Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 110 and ask for your favorable consideration. On this amendment, you'll see that it has a couple of cleanup things. What we found was the good senator that brought us this bill testified to us that in all his years in the legislature, he had not been before the Revenue Committee. So we were grateful to see him there and give him that new experience, but he missed a few key piece words. So we put those in. And then if you'll look at page 3, line 7, we're going to insert some new language there. This is the same language we put in the owner occupied for long-term homeowners and the 25% to make sure that that exemption does follow the individual in case they sell their home to upgrade or to downsize, or maybe they're just going to move across the state, that exemption will follow them along the way. And then we move on to line 13 on page 3, and we insert the following language, and includes any associated outbuildings or accessory structures on the property, including sheds, pole barns, garages, and other buildings used for residential purposes. This is to make sure that a residential plot that has a detached garage or a shed in the backyard is not assessing different mill rates to that taxable residential property, so that your garage won't come in 25 mills higher than your house. This is to make sure it's one mill tax rate across the residential property. And then we defined residence on line 16 with the above paragraph on line 7. And we clean up the effective date, as the good chairman explained, that we need the appropriation to update the CAMA system, but we need the lag time for the departments to be able to implement it. All those that have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them on the amendment.
Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Locke. Representative Yin, committee of the whole amendment.
Mr. Chairman, so I will actually have 2 committee of the whole amendments, and I'll move committee of the whole amendment number 1. 2 just showed up on your website, so hopefully the front desk will get it soon. Committee of the whole. So I move committee of the whole amendment 1 to Senate File 110 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, I actually think this is the form that we should have taken last time, which is this Amendment A style bill where we charge a different tax rate for owner-occupied residences versus non-owner-occupied residences. Unfortunately, we didn't go that route, so now we have this bill before us. The biggest issue I have with this bill, though, is the 25 mills being taken out of the school foundation. The 25 mills, you have a handout in front of you. It's about $120 million net loss to school foundation, which is what we're going to have to make up in our budget to put back. So it's a net loss on what we already have. So I would ask you to take out that, and that's what the amendment does. It just removes that 25%. The 8.3 versus 9.5 is about a 15% difference between the 8.3 and 9.5. So if you are an owner occupied property, you will automatically get this 14%. You don't have to apply for it as an exemption since we're getting rid of that exemption portion. But the 25 mills altogether is a real issue for our ability to both maintain a regular budget and make sure that we properly fund schools. You have gotten a handout in front of you. I think it has the good representative from Natrona County's initials on it. And you can see that a majority of this money comes out of my county. And so what will happen is and this is specific to the 25 mills. So if we keep taking out the 25 mills from there, it's about $46 million that we're putting back in Teton County homeowners, which, you know, I'm sure some of them will say thank you to us, but I don't know if that's necessary for us to make sure that we give people the right property tax rate for owners versus second homeowners.
Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, you're going to make a significant cut to the relief to the property tax or to the residential homeowners. I am definitely on and against the amendment. You're going to be cutting that in half to the residential homeowners who are barely, again, what we gave them with the 25% relief last year. Yeah, it helped, but you probably heard from many of those residential homeowners. It was just a start in terms of what it gave them back. So I strongly urge a no vote on this amendment. And just to give a feel for, I better stick to the amendment. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make it clear on and opposed to the amendment that this would be a tax increase to your homeowners in your county.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you want to just pause a minute and think about kind of where we've been. We've really done some good work over the last several years. Obviously, the 4% cap, the 25% exemption with $1 million cap, right? So that's 98% of Wyoming homeowners. And then the 50% for a long time. And that really benefits that Teton County, the richest county in the world. Those are the people I heard from Teton County, the people that were there in the 60s and 70s raising their kids there when it was a cowboy football wrestling town, right? Before the whole thing changed. And I think that 50% for those long-termers is a big deal. Now, a lot of talk about this, how this implements Amendment A. We'll just run that simple little bill, drop it from 9.5 to 8.3. That's an easy little bill. And you're talking about an impact. And you could keep the 25%. Keep the 25% that we passed with the $1 million cap. But then to work in this 25 mills, so I think this handout is really important. So right now, all those four programs that we have passed to those three, the 4% cap to 25 and the 50% long-term homeowners, it's about $200 million in relief. And then about less than 25% of that goes to Teton County. Now, this little bill, which is going to get rid of the 25% and take this from this 9.5 to 8.3 assessment ratio, which is fine if we want to do that. But look who benefits from that. I mean, you can see it. I circled it up. 46 out of the 131 million. This is a Teton County feed bill. There is no $1 million cap. So then when you look at that 46 million in school mills, that's just in school mills, and then add a couple more million, it's about 50 million total to Teton County out of the 101 million total tax relief. So half of that, see that bottom there where it says 101 million? Because we're actually, so half of this is going to Teton County. But then the other problem with that, look at the bottom of the school mills, the first column, 131 million in reduced revenue. Well, we just passed a bill with 270 million over 2 years.
So you take away 131 million to pay that bill, and then you add 130 million a year in new spending. So you're over $250 million a year in new spending on schools. And you say, oh, the state will pay for that. Last time I checked, I don't think downstairs we have a money printing machine. And so then you're going to have to shift that burden, and you're going to shift it to minerals. Or eventually, after all of you are gone, there's going to be the burning down Wyoming deal, and we'll have to raise taxes in other ways. If you want to take the 9.5 to 8.3, do it. Make it simple and clean. But don't start adding all this stuff in there with it. And you know, in every state has a couple, and we can do that. And I think there's an amendment coming. Look, every bordering state treats their non-residents different than their residents. You could lower 8.3 for residents and go to 10.5 for non-residents. Teton County is the richest county in the world. We're blessed, but it also affects our budgets. The biggest thing in our budget is the Department of Health, Medicare and Medicaid. We're a 50-50 state, meaning the federal government pays 50. Utah's 70-30. Montana's 64. How does that all, why are they at a higher federal percentage than us? South Dakota, 60-40. Because it's based on your state average household wealth divided by the national. Now you take that richest county in the world out of that, yeah, we're like a 66-34 match. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions in the Department of Health because we are home to the richest county in the world. So we're already paying for it. And now we're going to do a deal to pay even more. This bill makes no sense. And so if we want to just trim this bill up and make it 8.5 or 8.3 from 9.5, do that. I'd support that. We could talk about that. But I think there's a little flip-flop trying to go on to try to give more money back to local governments, because you're all hearing about fire departments, cemeteries, all that. And that's what this does. It gives a little bit more money back. And I circled those two columns, estimated county 12 and all other mills, statewide 17 million. We already took care of that in the revenue reimbursement with sales tax. And we're going to do that with our county consensus block granting more money in this. This is nothing. So you're hardly giving them anything back. And then I'll just say back 25 years ago, the people of Wyoming amended the Constitution of Wyoming. How many people were here 25 years ago living there? Okay, so the 5, 6 of us that were here 25 years ago had a Wyoming driver's license. Okay, we changed the Constitution because the education of our children was a foundation of state wealth, not district wealth. So Campbell County, which was just rocking, their kids shouldn't have a different educational experience than the kids in Niobrara or Evanston or Natrona. And so we do this state wealth. Well, part of that's called recapture. Well, Campbell County's paid for the state for the last 20 years. They've paid for all your school districts. It's only like 5 recapture districts. The rest of us are entitlement districts where we get paid by the state. So Sublette County, think Jonah Gas. Sweetwater's been in and out of being a recapture, sending more money to the rest of us. Campbell's been the big one. Campbell's funded education in the state for 25 years. But guess who the new Campbell is now, the biggest recapture district? Teton County. Until now. So, we got elected to come down here and balance budgets. This is, we just passed a bill that raises, that spends 130 million more a year on schools. And now we're proposing a bill to drain 130 million a year. I don't know. Get the printing presses ready. So vote aye on this amendment. And then if we want to take this whole thing out of there and then just make this a clean, simple bill and not repeal the 25% with the $1 million cap, let's do it. And that'd be not a confusing, kind of twisted way to tell our people we're reforming the tax system, where we're actually setting them up for the big fall, because that's what you're doing. And so, boy, be really careful. There's a couple of these that have come through this year, and this is one of them. Be really careful. Vote aye on this amendment, no on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Stork.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment, just a little bit of simple math. So we've done three things, right? We created a 4% cap. We took 25% off the first million, and we also have the long-term homeowners that now we're going to reduce what that applies to and continue it. So, but to date, that means that the average house under $500,000 is getting $334 in a tax break. People appreciate that. But the 4% cap is really applying to Teton County values. More than 55% of the 4% cap is coming off of Teton County values. And, you know, the more expensive that house is, the more it's worth. So to date, the average tax savings for a house, $10 million or more, is almost $14,000. So compare that 334 to 14,000. And so then what does this bill do? It trades out that 25% on the first million, which, you know, if you get the whole thing, 250,000, that's worth about $1,300. But then it's going to give you this reduced assessment rate, and then this is where the simple math comes in. 25 mils reduced out of what we charge in Teton, which is about an average of 57 mils. So that's 44% right off the bottom or top. 44% we're going to reduce Teton County's taxes for owner occupied, no matter what the value of the house is. Now remember, as the good representative from the middle of the state just said, we're a recapture district. So all this extra money that does come in, it goes right back to the state to pay for schools everywhere else, and that's been really valuable. But with this cut, that's going to stop happening. It's going to be reduced significantly. So then you add that into what we've already done to, you know, we just said yes to a bill that's going to cost $130 million more. So this is what would drive a true fiscal cliff for the state when it comes to funding education. I just don't think anybody wants to do that. And I certainly don't think we want to do it by essentially giving wealthy homeowners huge tax breaks. This takes a $1,300 tax break, turns it into $26,000 for a $10 million home, 20 times. It's crazy. And if anyone read that New York Times story I shared with some of you this morning, the people in Teton County don't need this bill. The rest of the state, we need to keep using property tax as a place where we find revenues that can help support our schools. So on and for this amendment.
I'll remind the body the proper noun usage. Please try to avoid proper nouns. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a couple things, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate the good former speaker and coach providing this nice little graph here or table here. The other one that I want to draw everybody's attention to is you will notice that I'm on this amendment. And I question where the redcoats are at today. And the reason I'm questioning where the redcoats are at today is because we were told with this long-term profile that our state's headed to a fiscal cliff, specifically In just 2 years, we're headed to a fiscal cliff as a state. And so what I heard at that time was concern about the state's coffers and not being able to pay our bills. And so I pulled this long-term profile and I went down and I went to line 35 here, and I looked out to the 29-30 biennium, which would be the first year that this would actually go into effect. We're already in the hole, according to the red coat mantra, we're already in the hole of $2.2 billion in the school foundation program account.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Do we have to, are we calling names? Just make your point of your information, please. There's no reason to be doing that.
Chairman Brown, on the amendment.
On the amendment, still there. $2.2 billion in the hole. And what we have been told from those that wore red blazers on this floor, because we are facing a fiscal cliff, is we want to take another $131 million per year and attach that. That's $260 more million per biennium. So we're going to take that 2.2 billion and we're going to turn that into 2.5 billion. And not a single amount of revenue to cover those. So I also want to be explicitly clear. We're talking about homeowners and the people that quote unquote pay for their bills. Ladies and gentlemen, not adopting this amendment continues to put us further and further onto the backs of our industry to take care of our bills. We are no longer paying our own bills when we pay our property taxes. If we adopt this 25 mil cut, we are asking for our minerals industry. They're the only ones that are going to be paying that. So my question is, if we want to take off 25 mils for school education, fantastic. I heard up here, the state makes that up. My question to the chairman of revenue and the chairman of the Joint Appropriations Committee is, how does the state make that up? We just passed a bill not even 25 minutes ago that's going to increase our education spending, and here we want to reduce how we pay for that. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot eat your cake and have it too.
Representative Riggins, are you inching to the mic? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague from County 1 addressed what I thought this bill should have been, addressing that percentage and having an answer for Amendment A. My concern is we keep tinkering and tinkering with these formulas, and a certain board's going to come forward and ask the courts to decide what we're going to do. And so this bill isn't going to take effect till 2028. We could have had the discussion interim, and by that chance, by the time 2028 comes around, we're going to have a new formula. And we're going to know here this in November if we're going to have another component to this. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and body. I want to try to make this real simple for you. Who do we want to pay for our public education? So option one is we vote aye on this amendment, and that is a vote for the wealthiest among us, especially in those pointy mountains, to pay their fair share to support our public education. A no on the amendment shifts the burden to our businesses, our legacy industries. So you guys decide, do you want the wealthiest among us to pay? Vote aye. Do you want our businesses to pay? Vote no.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to reiterate 2 points. I don't know how many mills you have in your county, but as my good colleague from my county said, we have about 56. 25 mills is a straight 50% off before you even reduce to the 8.3 number. So you go from 9.5 to 8.3, you get another 14% after the 50% off. So you're probably around 60% off of just the taxes for every homeowner in Teton County. Just 60% off for every homeowner in Teton County. My good colleague from Albany County basically said every every tax policy choice we make shifts burdens somewhere, right? And so if we're not paying $50 million in property taxes to the school foundation account, that money has to come from other places, which means it's going to come from your counties and your homeowners. Even if it's not from their property taxes, it's going to be from their sales taxes, from their purchases, and from their industries that are in your other counties. So I'm the one bringing this to make sure that my county pays my fair share. And so I hope you'll support this amendment for that reason. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion on committee of the whole amendment number 1? Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was said earlier about as good as it could have been said. If you vote yes on this amendment, it's definitely a tax hike on your folks. And I'm on and against the amendment.
Chairman Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind the body that we just had record returns on our investments. So when somebody says that this is going to go on business, it will be on business, but it could be through those stocks and bonds that we own. So it's not necessarily the businesses back home. This could be on businesses on the coast.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then a little more conversation about investment earnings. Of course, there is a spending policy, 5% of the 5-year average. And common school count, that 5-year average is about $5 billion. So that's about $250 million a year, and we're already reaping that and spending that. So it's not like the spending policy is going to get doubled to 10% and we can double our investment revenue to the state. It's not the way it works. Next year it might be 260, the next year 270, the next year 280 as the 5-year average keeps getting bigger. So that's not even part of this. That's a distraction. I think the real issue is Teton County recaptured $67 million last year, or some number like that. The only one above them was Converse County, and that's not homeowners in Converse, that's mineral wealth, right? That is deep lateral drills, these wells that are producing 1,000 barrels a day. So this bill will effectively take care of that. Now, if you want to, but then I think to say this is a tax increase on people, no, it's not. And without this bill, everything stays the same. And we got $200 million worth of tax relief across the state. And this bill, this is a big issue. This isn't a committee bill. This is a senator drew this up. And I think the good representative from the middle of the state said it. This would be a nice little study topic because we're going to have a little election coming up on that 50% issue. Now, I've heard people say, oh, this was an attempt to get out in front of that so people wouldn't vote for that. That is, I think, poor motivation. Try to do good policy and let the people decide on that thing. And if they decide, they're deciding on other tax forms to pay for their state. I mean, they just are. And that's fine. We'll have that at the ballot box. But this little individual bill is not ready for prime time. And so on and for the amendment, and then it'd be nice to knock this one out on committee of the whole, and then we don't have to spend another 5 hours of our life talking about it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think indeed the burden, if we vote no on the amendment, and on the bill, it indeed does put the burden back on our industries who we know pay the majority of the property tax, who then also pay the majority of the sales tax, who pay the severance tax. And what this amendment's trying to do is shift that burden in my community, where not to the extent as they do in the community where my deskmate lives, but the pressure on housing has been pushed up by those folks who do not live in the state, who want to have a home here for 3-4 months a year, or maybe even not at all of the year. And they're willing to pay over market price to have that little sweet spot in our state, and we're wanting to give them a big tax break. I don't get that. They're causing the problem. And there ought to be some, if they're going to cause that problem, then they ought to contribute back. The article that you've seen in one of the major national newspapers today that was mentioned on here, I can't get my head around that money that's in that county. It's more than the most states have combined, and it's just amazing. And we're worried that they might have to pay a little extra to help support us, the rest of our state. The impacts from that wealth have really caused us our problems, and I hope that you'll support this amendment, because I think that we expect that of them, because our industries will definitely have to be footing the bill. Grateful for that extra income that we've got coming off investment revenue, but that's not going to satisfy the need for the extra burden on industry. So thank you. Please vote aye on the amendment.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a minute and talk about how there's a good committee that oversees our revenues to this state. And there are interim topics coming forward that stand the potential to be able to cover this. I believe in that committee's ability to work through this and get that done. And so on and against the amendment, dollar cap. And there is other folks that are talking about the 4% cap. One thing that this bill does
we have to be very clear about establishing the facts and following it all the way through. Thank you.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I really appreciate the last speaker saying that, again, this burden will be shifted on those who consume the industry that this tax burden will be shifted into. So because our industry is energy, that burden will be consumed by people who consume energy in the state, which is every one of your counties, including your agricultural industry, right? Including your agricultural industry, because it requires some of these energy products to be used in all of our other counties. So again, you are incentivizing more wealth concentration in the richest county in the world, and then putting the burden of shifting that money by giving them more money, you're putting that burden to pay for all of the services in every other county of the state, including schools, on everybody else in the state.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question I have, and I'm trying to wrap around my head, we just passed recalibration. How does this affect the recalibration? If that one passes, are we cutting our own throats? That's the question I have. I'd like to get more clarification on that.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All businesses are not created equal. We heard that point 2 speakers ago about businesses not being in the ag industry. We're in the commodity business. We are price takers. If our cost of input goes up, that has nothing to do with what we get to sell our product for. The market determines that, just for clarification.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick note, one other thing to note about this bill, we do not raise the tax price assessment on industry. We're not raising anybody's taxes here. So we're not turning around and heaping it on them from that perspective. And yes, there's a component of this that says, hey, you know what? We have to manage our budget too. Okay, I won't kid anybody in this room. There's a piece of supporting this that's part of that. But the other component I would like to throw out is if the richest county in the world, as we have said, if the people from that richest county in the world want to bring an amendment that say, hey, you know what, our people don't deserve that. I'm not one of those people believes that. You want to bring an amendment like that? I think it's a good thought. Thank you.
Representative Harshman.
Thank you. And I think the thing about taxation, the number one deal needs to be fair. And that's the first guiding principle, and then predictable. And I think when we had, go back 25 years ago, it was raising 2-3% a year, really predictable. And then COVID, we have everybody move in here, it goes crazy. And so we were late with the 4% cap, frankly. We'd had the 4% cap in 2018, we wouldn't even be having these discussions. But we had that terrible double-digit increases in majority of our counties. And so that's we're still trying to deal with that. This is not the answer to deal with that. And it's so I sent out another handout. I talked about school recapture. This is the amount of property tax in excess, because we're like every other state. We fund education with property taxes. Every state does. The issue in Wyoming is we're blessed because who pays half our property taxes are mineral companies, because we assess that at 100% on the day it was extracted. And now we're talking about residential at 9.5 going down to 8.3. Great. Let's do that. And we can work on other proposals on that. But this recapture piece then, so you see number 2 there at 68 million, then we'll drop by 46 million. Okay, and you can see Campbell is 26 million still, really pretty nice. Campbell used to be 60, 70 million when we were cranking nearly 500 million tons of coal. Teton County became the new Campbell. And then look at Converse, Converse 1, and then you got Converse 2, those two combined. It's really incredible oil and gas boom there. Been really blessed. Okay, so this little bill, which tries to do like 3 things, delete a good program that we have in place, change the assessment ratio, and then take away 25 school mills, which we pay for education. And we have paid for decades in this state, decades and decades, a century. So I would just say, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. Man, this is not going to work. And we don't want to burn this state down. You don't pass 130 million more a year and then pull back 119 million. Just done. It's public school math, man. It's not going to work. And so on the amendment, and let's keep improving this bill, and we can go back and put the 25% that we passed a couple of years ago back on. We can keep working that. But this individual bill is not ready for prime time. Thank you.
Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to correct something. Someone said that this, if you support this amendment, that's a tax, it's raising taxes on people. That's not what it's doing. It's just maintaining the status quo. So, and figuring out how to take what is probably almost 40% of the state's residential property tax value and cutting that in half. I just don't think that's what we want to do. So please vote aye on the amendment unless you really want to give rich people a really big tax break. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Any other discussion? Seeing none, are we ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, say aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. That amendment has not been adopted. We are back on the bill. $429. 2429. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 to Senate File 110 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, all this does is raise the rate for second homeowners to make up for some of the loss that we're going to be incurring. It's about $10 million. That was the estimate that I got from our budget fiscal folks on a very quick math request. But again, it's just a 0.5% for the second homeowners to help make up for this tax break we're giving to everybody else. And with that, I'll ask for your favorable consideration, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. I didn't come here to raise taxes on even the people who it's their second home or it's their half of the year home. So on and against the amendment, and I just ask you all to vote no on this amendment.
This is any additional discussion on the amendment? Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the bringer. I think in current statute, then this would apply to people that are 4 months or less in their home. That's what I understand, or maybe you can give us a little more perspective on that. And then I guess the other, just for discussion, I think all of our neighboring states do this. And if you have any information on how many states in America out of the 50 that do this. Thank you.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I'm not prepared with the number of states that do this, but a lot of states do tax. I mean, we call it a homestead exemption, right? In most places. And so we have a different tax rate for our second homeowners and our homeowners. What I would also say is that some of the reasons everyone's taxes rose so quickly was because of these second homes. And so what I would ask you is, again, let's pay for everyone to have their tax break. but let's do it with people who don't live here and who are frankly the reason all of our taxes went up. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just real quickly, again, I asked for a no vote on the amendment, but one of the things I want to bring back up, the people from the county with the big mountains, listen, if there's an amendment you want to bring because we're concerned about how much those folks pay, I think that's an amendment worth considering. It's not one I necessarily think they deserve any less than anybody else, but at the end of the day, if that's what we're worried about, I know we have done that on other bills where we said that cap was an appropriate way to go. Just wanted to bring that up. And again, I asked for a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you. And to the good chairman of revenue, this is that amendment, and this is where it's from. This is doing exactly what you've asked them to do. So I'd ask you to please support this amendment.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Any other discussion? Seeing none, are we ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of standing committee of the whole amendment number 2, please say aye. Those opposed, no. That amendment has not been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3 to Senate File 110. And members, this just puts $1 million cap. It's what the good chairman just talked. So here it is, puts $1 million cap on this 9.5 to 8.3 and doesn't mess with the 25 mils or any of that. But anyway, so that's the amendment. Stand for any questions.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, are we ready for the question? Question being called on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. That amendment has not been adopted by the vote of 26 to 28. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 4 to Senate File 110 and ask the body for their favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a belt guy, not a suspenders guy, but this is the suspenders to this bill. The only thing I'm adding on this is just some language at the end of the bill to say that this bill is not effective if the People's Initiative takes place. That's all we're trying to do, saying, hey, look, if that one wins, we're not going to put this one into place. If this one wins, this one goes into place. Just belts and suspenders.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, we got one run into the mic. Representative Storr.
On and for, thank you, Mr. Chairman, on and for this amendment. The whole idea of this bill came out of the idea that somehow we could craft something that would make it so that we didn't have the people's initiative on the ballot. And that's, and to maybe do it a different way so that a 50% tax cut doesn't hurt our communities, our special districts, the way the people's initiative will. And what we've already seen with the 25%, even at limited at 1 million, we've had this impact, right? So that concept is a good concept, but it doesn't make sense for us to double down and pass into law another bill that's going to take out another $100 million from our tax revenues until we know what happens on the ballot in 2026. So this just makes sense to make sure that we don't do that. Thank you.
Chairman Locke.
On and against the amendment, and it's not that I don't know that, I think that we're going to have to deal with the two colliding, to be fair with you. The question is which one ends up being the right one to push forward. So I understand the point, I really do. From my perspective, there's still a broader discussion to be had, and so I'm on it, even though I understand there are some issues there.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest that this bill is far too premature then.
Any other discussion on Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure how I feel about this amendment, but I do want to make a clarifying point that at no time was I ever under the impression that this bill was drafted in lieu of the People's Ballot Initiative. I think that there are some competing clauses that we will have to figure out if that does pass. And there's also some differentiation to be made between removing mills, setting an 8.3%, and the ballot initiative. They're all completely different mechanisms. And so there's a conversation to be had on which one is the proper one. I'm not sure how I feel about this amendment, but I wanted to clarify that at no time in the crafting of this bill was I aware that it was up against the ballot initiative. Thank you.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars with this bill, hundreds of millions of dollars. If we're saying, oh, there's problems, but we should pass it and see what happens with the ballot initiative and then try to deal with it afterwards, maybe we shouldn't put hundreds of millions of dollars on the line to do it. I mean, if we're not going to vote for this amendment, why are we passing this bill if we're going to say this hundreds of millions of dollars, we get 50% that passes, and then we have to fix it afterwards? Mr. Chairman, let's just slow down. We passed a lot of tax relief. We passed way more than I was comfortable with. I voted no on some of those bills. Why are we speeding up? Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Any further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 4? Any further discussion? Seeing none? Are we ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 4 say aye. Those opposed, no. The Committee of the Whole Amendment number 4 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. Please stand still. Those opposed, please stand. That committee of the whole amendment number 4 has not been adopted, 2829. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Are you ready for the question? Question being called. Oh, I gotta get back to my notes. All those in favor of Chairman Locke's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so that Senate File 110 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Senate File 110 has passed the committee of the whole by a vote of 29 to 28. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 35. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 35, sponsored by Senator Schuler, School District Cell Phone and Smartwatch Policies, an act relating to education. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4 Education, to whom is referred Senate File 35 engrossed. School District Cell Phone and Smartwatch Policies, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Andrew, Erickson, Guggenmoss, Lawley, Strzok, Williams. Noes, Representatives Bratton and Singh. Excused, Representative Kelly. Representative Andrew, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. Chairman Andrew, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 35 do pass, and I turn over the explanation to the co-sponsor.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate File 35 really is a simple little bill. It's just saying that our school districts will adopt policies governing student possession and use of cellular telephones and smart devices. The smart devices does not include those that are for, medical reasons, health information, tracking locations, and it doesn't mandate what the policy is. It's just telling the school districts you will have a policy in place, and those will be approved by our WDE. So simple bill that they have to have these policies in place.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, how many districts currently don't have policies in place? And is this an enforcement mechanism? I don't see an enforcement mechanism in here. So what happens if they don't establish one?
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The organization that represents those people that are over the boards that or with our schools, testified that all of them have these policies. That's what he said. This is why I was a no on this bill. They already have these policies. And my district has a policy. They like having no cell phones, the devices in the school. They think it's a great thing for the kids, but I'm a no because people should be going to those boards and they should be making those decisions. Thank you.
Any further? Representative Brady.
Thank you. So whatever happened to the argument about local control? And here we are trying to pass a state law. I'm against the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Campbell.
I don't have the numbers as far as how many school districts do or do not right now. I do think most of them do. The challenge is it's not required for consistency across the state that all of them do. So we still have some teachers, some school districts who do and do not have policies and are looking for that cohesive policy throughout the school district. So what this bill says still gives local control. You decide what that policy is, school district, but you have to then submit it to our Wyoming Department of Education for approval. So this just says that by whatever the date is, July 1, no later than July 1, the school board trustees, each of them will submit their policy for approval. And then every school district will have policies on board.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just say local control has not been a theme of this session.
Is there any, Representative Clouston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, one of the reasons I like this bill is some of these policies are quite old. This is going to make everybody go back and review it. I don't see this bill doing any harm. Again, each school district gets to set their own policy, simply saying that they need to have one. I understand a little bit of the local control issue here, but again, each school district, they'll set their own policy, and now they have to go and review what they've had. Thank you.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the things I wanted to clarify on the bill is everything has been said. It's local control. It's just simply asking that the policies, everyone have a policy and they be submitted to the department. And it really isn't for approval. It's just for tracking. And that if they make substantial changes, then they need to update that so the district is aware of where the district or the superintendent of public instruction is aware and the Department of Education aware of what each school district is doing in that space. They have complete control of whether they want to do a bell-to-bell, whether they want some other different kinds of policies within their district. But it's really just saying, as a matter of state policy, we think it's important that districts look into it, that they meet with parents, that they meet with teachers and determine for their district what is the best kind of policy. And then to simply provide a copy of that to the Department of Education. On and for.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to this bill because I recognize that it's trying to reduce distractions for children, but in our one-to-one tech requests that we have with recalibration, I imagine that that's a little bit contradictive. And I hope that the districts are listening to this and that they may take it upon themselves to be able to say, okay, let's reevaluate our policy and see where we're at. That maybe we don't have to mandate this through our green books, but that we believe enough in our districts that they will take the opportunity to say, we got the message and we'll move forward. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Andrews' motion that when committee of the whole rises support to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 35 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 35 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 57. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 57, sponsored by Senator Brennan. Transparency and hospital service pricing, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 57 engrossed. Transparency and hospital service pricing. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation to pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Clouston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez, Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Rodriguez-Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 57 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment as well, and I will turn the explanation over of the bill and the amendment to the good rep from Coal Country.
Representative Clausen, please remember to move the standing committee amendment if you so choose.
I'll move it. Do you want me to? I will explain the bill, and then after we get through that, move the amendment. So, ladies and gentlemen, this bill should look really familiar. We worked on it last year. We worked on it during the interim. We had a similar bill here in the House that included the pharmacy, which is a large part of it. This does not have the pharmacy. It should also look familiar because the rules in this mirror what the federal rule from executive order has put in. And the reason that's important is if the executive order at the federal rule changes, and we don't put this in statute, we won't have this as a law. So some of the thinking behind this is we'll take the federal rule, put it in Wyoming statute, and no matter what happens in the near future, we'll have this with us. So it requires our hospitals to carry the estimated pricing for 300 common items. So our patients can look up on what they'll be paying. Okay, thank you. So again, this bill's been well vetted for over a year. It follows federal statute. It's 16 pages long. It goes through how to be implemented. There is an amendment on it, so let me move that amendment and I'll explain it. So I move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Committee of the Whole, Senate File number 57. And ladies and gentlemen, what this does, it puts a sunset date in 2029. And the reason that was put on there was just as the rules here change, that we could look at that again in the future and make sure our current statute is up to date.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, question has been called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 say aye. Those opposed say no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill.
Thank you, body, for the amendment. I'm not sure I have anything more to add to this. This bill's been well vetted throughout both bodies. And again, we looked at it last year and we looked at it over the interim. Thank you.
Representative Clauston, or Representative Chestic, sorry.
The other can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about this bill. I voted against this last time because I'm not sure it accomplishes. I know what the goal is. I think the goal is laudable. I want transparency, but I think this is still way too complicated to do it. And here's the problem that I have. I like, well, if you're requiring a hospital to publish a price list for all of its services, there's thousands of services. So I like the limitation down to 300. That helps. That's helpful. It gives you some basis for comparison, although you might not actually see the thing that you're interested in. Might not be one of the 300 things. So that makes it a little bit less useful. The problem that I have is the way standard charges are defined. If I can scroll down here. Standard charge this is on hang on a second. Page 5. The definition of standard charge looks like it includes 5 things, but it really includes hundreds and hundreds of things because Part B on line 9, a standard charge is defined as the payer-specific negotiated charge. How many payers are there? Well, there's Medicare, there's Medicaid, there's Blue Cross, there's all kinds of there's private insurance companies, all are different payers. So, and they negotiate charges. So are they going to look at what other companies, if we publish this, every payer now has to have their specific negotiated charges disclosed, other payers will look and say, oh, they're getting much more than I am, so now I'm going to hold out for a higher price. Are we creating a situation where these negotiations are going to work to the disadvantage of the people paying the charges? And will this lead to price increases because the negotiated charges are being disclosed and the people who haven't been able to get a high price, the people who got the lower prices can realize they can raise their prices and negotiate for a higher price because the hospitals are willing to pay a higher price. So I'm very concerned about how this might have a negative consequence on prices and make prices go up. So I'd like to hear more discussion about that, but I'm very concerned about that problem.
Representative Clouston.
And thank you to the other representative with the good initials. So, yeah, this was brought up in committee. These are federal rules. The hospitals are doing this currently. And that's exactly what's happening. Everyone gets to see everybody else's prices. So this, again, just mirrors what the current practice is and what the federal rules are.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez Williams' motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 57 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 57 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 61. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 61, sponsored by Senator Jones. Motor vehicle sales to family members not taxable. An act relating to taxation and revenue. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 61 engrossed. Motor vehicle sales to family members not taxable. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation to pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 61 do pass. Further move the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment, and I will turn the explanation over to the good leprechaun from Sweetwater County.
Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, this is, we're talking about taxation today. This is a good bill to kind of stop that double dipping of a double taxation. So essentially what this does is if you have a family member or something and you've purchased a vehicle and maybe both names are on the note or anything, you can transfer the vehicle to a son or a daughter, a grandparent or a grandchild and not be hit with that double taxation. Please vote aye.
Is there any discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is not like Lucky Charms. Please help with this double taxation. Vote aye.
Are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 61 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 61 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for our consideration is Senate File 102. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 102, sponsored by Senator Boner. Wyoming Energy Transmission Study, an act relating to Wyoming Energy Authority. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 102 engrossed. Wyoming Energy Transmission Study. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes. Representatives Campbell, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Riggins, Schmid, Tarver, Weber. Representative Heiner, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Heiner?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My pleasure is to have somebody come up to present this bill. Okay, looks like we got somebody. All right. Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 102 do pass. And for the presentation of that bill, It's the good Speaker Pro Tem.
Speaker Pro Tem Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do apologize in advance. I found out I was presenting this about 30 seconds ago. So what this bill does, we're talking about Senate File 102, and this is a bill that talks about, okay, I'm going to back up and talk about, when we're talking about RGOs, is that right? Am I right in that? I'm getting some head nods, no's. Okay, as we're talking about our energy and our transmission systems, as we're talking about these different NGOs, thank you, that's what it is, NGOs, this would be putting together a study on the NGOs that are taking place in Wyoming, what are affecting Wyoming. So what do we have to look at when we talk about our local like power cooperatives or municipalities, those types, like I guess I can use REA on the floor here. Our REAs, those are not in these pools, but you look at our large organization that we've seen all these rate increases recently, they're in different pools of power, these NGOs, and what we're seeing is the policies of other states affecting our state. And so this here would be bringing together a study that would give us an understanding or an idea of exactly what is taking place and how it'll affect the ratepayers in the state of Wyoming. Because what we have coming down the pike very soon is going to be a situation where the tail is going to wag the dog. And so this is an opportunity to get a really clear understanding of what's going on and how it's going to affect the ratepayers in these different power districts in the state of Wyoming. And so if you look at it, this here would be an opportunity to, I'm going to get down to that, the fiscal note on this one, I think. One second, guys. So the fiscal note is the Wyoming Energy Authority estimates a cost of $200,000 in contract services to fulfill the requirements of the bill, and the Energy Authority indicates it will absorb the estimated cost. So there's nothing to us. There's no general funds or any other special funds. Obviously, it will go to ultimately to an end user in that. But this will give an idea of how we're going to move forward as we see some of these different demands, the growth rates and everything coming to us, and what the NGOs are going to be bringing as that takes place. And with that, I will do my level best to try answer questions.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question comes with the good commission that oversees our public services. Were they contacted, and how much will they play a role in this study for our good authority that oversees our energy?
Any further discussion? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talked, they had the commissioners were up there at the committee hearing, and when they talked at length, and basically they want to get a handle, get a better idea what the growth forecast is for electricity in this state and transmission, especially from low growth, moderate growth to high growth. And we're all anticipating high growth, right? So they're going to get all the parties together, including the Public Utilities Commission. They spoke at it. The Wyoming Energy Authority is going to pay for this study, and it's just trying to get a better handle what the future of transmission in Wyoming is going to be over the next decade. And I would urge you to support this. Like I said, the WA is going to pay for this study, and they've already talked to a lot of stakeholders in this. And so I would urge and I vote. Thank you.
Further discussion, Speaker Pro Tem Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clear something up, it's RTOs, which I had to dig back about 10 years in my vernacular there for that one. So I do apologize to all of the power generation people that are listening right now going, Haroldson, you messed that one up. So RTOs, and that is Regional Transmission Organizations.
Further discussion, Representative Filer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think another question I might have is, with the appropriation of $200,000, is that going to be adequate enough to get all the utilities together to actually do a transmission study? Or there is no appropriation. So they're going to use their own money, the Wyoming Energy Authority. It's going to use their own money I still don't know if 200,000 is gonna be enough, but all right.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to stand up in support of this. This is a good plan. All we're doing is studying, what a medium load, a low, medium, and high transmission rates are looking at and how we can plan for the future to accommodate them. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Heiner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 102 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 102 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 66. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 66, sponsored by Senator French. Donated hunting licenses amendments, an act relating to game and fish. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 66, donated hunting licenses amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation to pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Byron, Campbell, Connolly, Harshman, Jarvis, Provenza, Storer, Thayer, Wharf. Representative Byron, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Byron?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 66 do pass, and I further move the adoption of the standing committee amendment. With the explanation of standing committee amendment, I'll hand it over to the good representative from the center part of the state.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment came out of our standing committee, really does just clean up a lot of extra language. One of the things it does, you'll see on page 2, line 19, is we are inserting the words "a person with life-threatening illness." That was one of the additions that we'll talk more about in the bill. And then there's some duplicative, I wasn't quite sure I was going to get that right this late in the day, language on page 2. So we cleaned it up on page 2, lines 2 through 12, and then it's duplicated at the bottom of line 2. So we cleaned that up, eliminating some of the repetitive language. And that's really all this amendment does, just cleans it up and makes it pretty tight.
Further discussion on standing committee amendment number 1? Question being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We're back on the bill. Representative Byron.
And with the explanation of the bill, I'll hand it over to the good representative from the northernmost part of the state.
Representative Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a simple bill with a big impact to our state. What this does is it expands opportunities for one of our biggest recreational opportunities in the state to those with life-threatening illnesses. So what this simply does is it authorizes a person with a life-threatening illness to be able to receive a donated hunting license. And they're, one of the qualifications is they are sponsored by a nonprofit charitable organization with a mission to provide opportunities and experiences to person with a life-threatening or serious illness. So they have the ability to receive one of these donated license, somebody who's, you see opportunities. I've watched in some other states where there's a young man diagnosed with cancer. His biggest dream is to shoot a bull elk. If he doesn't draw that tag, that's if he's got a life-threatening illnesses, he might not have an opportunity to draw the next season. So opening up this opportunity so they can fulfill that dream, I think is something that can be really beneficial to helping these people with life-threatening illnesses. And I think this is a good little bill that shows we in the legislature have big hearts. So ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A further explanation, folks, we basically are bringing this piece of statute into line with our Department of GNF that manages our wildlife. It previously was 20. It brings it down to the exact same language they use. And it also allows these folks to, under 12, get turkey licenses, which is really exciting.
Further discussion on Senate File 66. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Byron's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 66 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 66 is passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 95. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 95, sponsored by Senator Pappas. Drivers and motor vehicle services, third-party providers. An act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, you're at Committee Number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 95 engrossed. Drivers and motor vehicle services, third-party providers. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 95 do pass. And I further pass the explanation of the bill over to the good freshman from this county. Beep, beep.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill authorizes our DOT to enter into agreements with qualified third-party providers to administer driver's license tests and other motor vehicle services. It doesn't privatize anything. It simply allows the department at its discretion to create a partner program to expand their capacity where needed. So importantly, the department has to promulgate rules governing the qualifications, training, background checks, bonding, all the compliance with both state and federal law. The department retains oversight and authority, including auditing, monitoring, and ability to suspend or revoke a provider's authorization. Third-party providers are explicitly not considered governmental entities. It does not include titling or e-titling. This is a may, not shall. So it doesn't require the Department of Transportation to do it, nor do it for all communities all at once. This is really just about efficiency. It really affects the bigger communities like the one that we're sitting in, where there's lots of people that have to right now get an appointment and wait for a week or two in order to get their driver's licenses, or drive over the hill to the good community to the west, or up Highway 85 and try to cut some time off of their issuance, and therefore causing more expense. There is no cost to the department typically in these cases. When it's a third-party provider, they typically will allow their members to access that service or charge a small fee to non-members. And so it's at your own discretion. You still have the ability to go into the local office and get the licenses if you want to wait longer. It's a good little bill to improve some efficiency, and I'll stand for questions.
Questions on Senate File 95, Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. I've heard a little bit of, I've got a little mail about objecting to this, and we already have a lot of third party that do things related to this. So are there any specific objections that you've heard about this or not?
Representative Geringer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have not heard any specific objections to it.
Further discussion on Senate File 95, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps some insight. So as far as our commercial driver license, the CDL side of it, we already have third party, right? So there are third party testers who oversee the testing. They report and have oversight by the state. The state has oversight by the feds. So it's not like they're just out testing however they want to. They are audited, and there is oversight by the state to make sure that they're in compliance. So we already have those third party, but that's for commercial driver license. We don't for the Class C, which is the driver license we're talking about right now. So the state already does this. WYDOT already does this on the commercial side, just not on the Class C, which is your everyday driver. So yeah, if that helps.
Further discussion on Senate File 95? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 95 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 95 is passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 84. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 84, sponsored by Water, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, an act relating to water within Wyoming's portion of the Colorado River Basin. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 84 engrossed, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 84 engrossed, Voluntary Water Conservation Program, respect the report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Banks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 84 do pass. I further move the adoption of the standing committee amendment. And to explain the bill, I turn it over to my good seatmate and neighbor from the Bighorn Basin.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we've talked a good bit in this session about the Colorado River Compact, where we are in that process with the compact is expiring this year, and some of the situations that puts us in. And this bill is in response to that and what we can do under the circumstances we're in. And I'll get more into that when I talk about the bill. But I wanted to give you sort of the background of where we are at this moment. We stand at an inflection point as it concerns the Colorado River Basin, the expiration of the compact, and what we can do, and I will submit should be doing, to do everything we can to protect our interests from either the federal government coming in and reallocating, lawsuits that will likely happen. And this is one of the ways we can begin to move forward. And other states within the compact are doing it. It's one of the things that could be agreed upon. The situation right now is not ripe for any further a new compact. And so I just wanted to keep that in mind as we're talking about this. And with that in mind, I'll go ahead and explain the amendment, standing committee amendment. Down the hall, at third reading, there was amendment put on, well-meaning amendment, but it had some impacts on it in which they were undermining some of the goals that were kind of important for this bill. So as it came over here, the meeting with the good senator who brought that amendment, with the chairman of the committee that takes care of our agriculture and the vice chairman of the committee that takes care of our water. And this amendment represents an agreement among them amending the language that came in under that third reading amendment to bring the bill back into the compliance with the things that it was originally supposed to accomplish. So I can go by line if you want, but it's just a change of a word here, a phrase there, to try to bring it back. And that's what standing committee amendment number 1 does. I'll stand for questions. And again, if people want to go line by line, we can do it.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Question having been called. Are all those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 say aye? Those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to just talk about what this bill does, how it works, and what it does not do, so that there's clarity about that, because it's a voluntary program. First understanding is a voluntary water conservation program for water users in Wyoming's portion of the Colorado River Basin. So this voluntary program doesn't apply to other parts of our state that aren't in that Colorado River Basin. It's specifically to those landowners in that space of the Colorado River Basin in the state of Wyoming. It allows water rights holders to temporarily reduce consumptive use without risking abandonment or loss of priority. It gives Wyoming a state-led tool to manage drought and reduce interstate compact risk. It authorizes conserved water to be stored initially at Fontenelle Reservoir and released only for Wyoming benefits of the compact compliance. And if you want to get a better sense of the kind of purpose of the bill and the reasons for it, you can see on page 17, starting in line 16, what are the legislative findings under section 3. It kind of gives you that background of where we're working from. So how it works. Participation is completely voluntary and it requires the state engineer's approval. So projects must show a real reduction in historic consumptive use or directly support compact obligations. Projects cannot injure other water rights, promote interstate water marketing, or harm the public interests. Conservation is temporary. Water rights automatically return to full use when the project ends. It's a pilot project with no new projects to be authorized after July 1st, 2032. Participation is limited to 5 consecutive years and then must return to full use when that project ends. What does the bill not do? It does not mandate conservation or force participation. It does not authorize new dams, new diversions, or permanent water transfers. It does not export Wyoming water or weaken prior appropriation. Does not rewrite interstate compacts or bypass state oversight. Again, why does it matter? Well, it helps Wyoming avoid crisis-driven federal action or involuntary curtailment. It protects water users while providing flexibility during a prolonged drought. So again, hopefully that gives you a sense of where we are and what we are going to do about it that we can do about where we are right now. Very important program. It's an important priority for the Select Water Committee. We worked on it this interim very hard. And so again, I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as we've heard from the good chair lady, this is a tool in the toolbox. We can look outside and tell that we have some dry days coming down the chute, and not only does this help our agriculture and our consumption, but I would like to remind everybody, that soda ash is just trona in water. So to help the state and help move forward, I please ask you to support this effort.
Any further discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Banks' motion that when committee of the whole rise to support it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 84 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 84 is passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 23. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 23, sponsored by Senator Schuler. Outpatient examination and commitment length, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, you're at committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom's referred Senate File 23 engrossed. Outpatient examination and commitment length. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez, Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Rodriguez Williams, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Rodriguez Williams? (23)
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 23 do pass. And I will turn the explanation over to
And Chairman Rodriguez Williams, we do have a standing committee amendment on it.
we have to. And I do move the standing committee amendment number 1 to the Senate File 23 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Rodriguez Williams, do we now have a presenter of the bill?
We have a few co-sponsors, but apparently, okay. I will turn-
Representative Larson Lloyd, if you
we'll
will.
turn the explanation over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill has done is we heard from one of the judges that oversees, that deals with involuntary commitments and Title VII commitments, and getting those people, and you heard us talk about this earlier on another bill, to come into jails and do evaluations on people that have mental illness. And it has to be done within the scope of work, and this bill expands that work to allow licensed nurse practitioners and physician's assistants who feel that they have the training to do those evaluations to also do those evaluations on behalf of a person who's been titled either under 25 or 7. And that's really the bill. It expands the practice.
Is there any further discussion on the standing committee amendment which was moved? Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question on the standing committee amendment?
Question?
Question being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, say aye. Those opposed, no. Standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with the explanation provided, I'd happy to answer any other questions.
Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, so members, there was a little bit of a discontinuity during the committee meeting where basically, as the law currently stands for involuntary commitments, you either have to have a physician as an examiner, or you can have one of this definition of examiners. So the definition of examiners included registered nurses, it included PAs, et cetera. But if they weren't a physician or they weren't in the unamended language, which I just lost my place on my tablet, they had to have this secondary review by someone with that is a physician or is in that paragraph under this initial paragraph in the bill. What the bill does is it lets APRNs be the primary examiner without requiring a secondary review. There's some discussion about, so why don't we make sure that these members, before they have a secondary review, have specific training for psychiatric care, and that way we make sure that their examination is up to snuff. The one pushback against that made sense to me was that if a judge believes that an examination for involuntary commitment needed a second review anyways, the judge always had the ability to issue a secondary review. We are again talking about involuntary commitment. Involuntary commitment is taking away people's rights. And so it's always good to be cautious when talking about who gets to decide on whose rights get taken away.
Chairman Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great explanation. I'll also add that this doesn't preclude telehealth. The bill doesn't, and that's still an option for all of these different categories.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? And question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez Williams' motion that when the committee of the whole rises report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 23 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 23 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 50. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 50, sponsored by Senator Love. State Engineer, Surface and Groundwater Study, an act relating to water. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 50 engrossed. State Engineer, Surface and Groundwater Study, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 50 engrossed. State Engineers, Surface and Groundwater Study. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation do pass. Ayes, Representatives Allemand, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Noes, Representatives Angelos and Bear. Representative Bear, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chairman Banks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 50 do pass. I'll turn the explanation over to the good representative from this city.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep this fairly brief. So this bill requires a new study every 10 years in groundwater control areas as designated by the state engineer. There's 3 of those control areas around the state right now, but that could potentially increase as we face groundwater challenges around the state. The importance of updating these studies is to manage the various uses and potential conflicts between them, such as housing, ag, municipal uses, industry. As development of these various interests occur, as well as the effects of the drought that we're facing and the ability to recharge, the state engineer really needs to have a handle on what's happening over time. And so this bill would allow them to update that study, and I'll stand for any questions.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Vice Chairman Banks' motion that the committee of the whole rise to report it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 50 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 50 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate Joint Resolution 9. Nope, Senate Joint Resolution 6. The reading clerk will read the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 6, sponsored by Senator Pearson. Shared Parenting Day, a joint resolution designated April 26th of each year to be Shared Parenting Day in the state of Wyoming. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate Joint Resolution 6, engrossed, Sharing Parenting Day. Respect the report, same back to the House with the recommendation to pass. Ayes, Representatives Klauston, Guggenmoss, Heft, McCann, Ottman, Rodriguez-Williams, Thayer, Wasserberger, Yin. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Rodriguez-Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it does so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 6 do pass. And again, we have no co-sponsors jumping up. Essentially, Mr. Chairman, what this bill does is it elects April 26th as a shared parenting day. It just acknowledges the need for parents to collaborate, cooperate in the best interests of children, of their child, and it's a pretty simple little resolution. We heard great testimony in committee in support of it, both in person and through Zoom.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the chairman, who's not a co-sponsor on the bill, but maybe she can share with us what they heard in committee on why April 26th, and is this a national celebration we're seeing? I mean, I read this resolution and it escapes me a little bit. So just interested in some of that conversation.
Minority Floor Leader Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, so there was no conversation on why April 26th. My understanding, there's a page on that encyclopedia that's online that everyone can edit, that this started with something with the bill that passed in the state that has a lot of bourbon. And so there was an associated bill that the good bringer of the resolution brought that didn't pass introduction, that she wanted to go along with this resolution. And so my understanding is that the April 26th date comes in alignment with the same date that other states that do have this have celebrated it.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Rodriguez-Williams that when the committee of the whole rises support, it do so with recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 6 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 9 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 84, 87. The reading clerk will read the file.
Senate File 87, sponsored by Senator Kolb. Felony interference with a police officer amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 87 engrossed. Felony interference with a police officer amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with a recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brady, Bratton, Filer, Singh, Washit, Webb. Noes, Representative Chestick. Excused, Representative Kelly and Lean. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with recommendation that Senate File 87 do pass. I also move the adoption of standing committee amendment. And I'll turn over that amendment explanation to the good lawyer from over the hill.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to understand the amendment, you have to understand a little bit about what this bill does. Section 6-5-204 of the Wyoming Code, Wyoming statutes, creates two crimes, subsection A and subsection B. The title is interference with peace officers. Subsection A says that if a person intentionally interferes with a law enforcement activity, they're guilty of a misdemeanor. B, if a person intentionally injures a peace officer, they have committed a felony. So they're both specific intent crimes, but they're different intents. One is you intend to interfere with police officers. The other one is you intend to cause injury, bodily injury to that officer. The problem with the bill and the amendment, the Standing Committee amendment attempts to address this problem. But the problem is that this bill pulls A into B and creates a mess because now we have two different kinds of intent. But it makes basically the intent to interfere with an officer, if it by chance results in an injury, that becomes a felony. And that's the issue that we're trying to address by adding one word to the bill, adding the word serious before bodily injury. Bodily injury is defined in statute elsewhere in Title VI as any kind of bruise or scrape or any minor pain. If you've caused pain, that would be a bodily injury. Serious bodily injury is defined as what you might think it might be: permanent disfigurement, life-threatening situations. It's a much more serious type of injury. The problem that we saw in the committee was that, let me give you a hypothetical. Somebody sees a federal agent who would be a peace officer covered by this bill, sees them trying to engage in some kind of activity related to enforcement of immigration. Somebody blows a whistle as a protest, okay? They say it's a protest. The police officers know you're trying to interfere with me, therefore you have committed the A version, the misdemeanor version of interfering with an officer. And that's what the claims usually are. So in the course of that blowing the whistle, the officer approaches the protester or person who's blowing the whistle, slips on the ice and hurts his elbow, causing pain. That's bodily injury. That now, under the way the bill is worded, that becomes a felony, 10-year felony. The committee thought that increasing the penalty for that, there was no intent to injure. There was only intent to blow the whistle. So no intent to injure the officer is now a 10-year felony because the officer happened to slip and fall. And that creates a body, but for his responding to this incident, he wouldn't have slipped and fallen. So the idea here is to try and require at least a serious bodily injury before that event becomes a felony. And that is the standing committee amendment.
Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Representative Singh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After sitting with this bill over the course of the weekend, I've actually come to think that we ought not to adopt the standing committee amendment. It kind of takes the teeth out of the bill, and so I would ask for us to vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Chairman Rodriguez Williams, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and opposed to the amendment. Let's revert it back to the original form. I can tell you that law enforcement in my area doesn't want this amendment on there. And I think there's very few people in this body that have worn the badge and put handcuffs and signed a blank check for a living. This doesn't do it. On and opposed.
Representative Connolly.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. And I think what it does, maybe it doesn't mean to, but it changes the standard of proof for a felony charge. And our law enforcement in my district are opposed to this amendment. And so I am here to ask you not to support the amendment.
Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Teton. Mr. Chairman, I also stand in opposition to this amendment. It's bad for our law enforcement folks. Let's stay with law and order and vote this down. Thank you.
So any additional discussion on the amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 say aye. Those opposed, no. The standing committee amendment number 1 has not been adopted. We are back on the bill. Further discussion on the bill. Chairman Washut, if you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we have when you look at our interference with a police officer, peace officer statute, is it has 4 parts to it. The parts that are in play with this bill are parts A and B. So in part A, we have a misdemeanor crime of interference with a peace officer when a person knowingly obstructs, impedes, or interferes with or resists arrest by a peace officer while engaging in the lawful performance of the officer's duties. Part B says a person who intentionally and knowingly causes or attempts to cause bodily injury to a peace officer engaged in the lawful performance of his duties is guilty of a felony, 10-year felony. So if you intentionally and knowingly cause or attempt to cause injury to this officer while they're lawfully performing their duties, that's a felony crime under existing law. What this bill does is it takes a situation where somebody is already violating the misdemeanor element, Part A, by obstructing, impeding, interfering with, or resisting arrest. And while doing one of those criminal things, they cause injury to the police officer, okay? To the peace officer, deputy officer, trooper, agent, right? And so what this bill is really trying to do is deal with those situations where an officer suffers injury while somebody is committing this misdemeanor crime. So if you commit that misdemeanor crime without injuring the peace officer, it's still a misdemeanor. If you injure the officer while you're committing that misdemeanor crime, that would then become a felony crime under this bill. Okay, everybody clear on going to follow what we're talking about here? And so with that, I'll stand for question.
Any other discussions on the bill? Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with the good chairman. That's an accurate statement, that if somebody intentionally injures an officer, that's a felony. So there's two crimes here. Intent to interfere is a misdemeanor. Intent to injure is a felony. You make that distinction because the intent to injure is considered to be more egregious and it's worth more punishment. And I'm fine with that. That's the way the law is right now. If you amend this, if you adopt this bill, now, the amendment's gone now, so if you adopt the bill, if somebody without intent, that's what A is, without intent to injure, and an injury happens to occur anyway through no intention of the person, of the defendant, they've committed a felony because of happenstance. Some injury occurred that they did not intend, and therefore now they're a felon even though they didn't intend to cause the injury. That's the problem with this bill. And that's why that's why we proposed the amendment. So now the solution is defeat the bill. The bill, we should not be punishing unintentional conduct. Unintentional conduct is now a felony under the way this bill is worded. And therefore, we should defeat the bill.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, this baby ought to give us all pause. Just think of the situation where somebody incidentally is interfering but causes injury. And what is injury? Could be a scratch, could be a bloody nose, could be very serious. Injury is injury, and we don't define it per se that I can see. I think that the amendment that we killed probably added some sensibility to this, but I think to just say this unintentional injury that takes place, and it's a felony, and a felony is a big deal, at least it is in Lander, I think is just too broad, too extensive, and it really, really should give us pause to pull back a little bit and say, are we sure we want to do this? I'm not comfortable with this at all.
Representative Geringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a question, really trying to wrap my head around it, because I'm not an attorney, I'm not a police officer. Right now, if somebody commits a misdemeanor and they can get charged with A if they're interfering, then if they injure, they can also get charged with B, correct? I mean, it seems to me, and not understanding it really, the way it stands right now, they can be charged with A and B. So why do we need to change B to include A?
Chairman Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So no, thank you for the question. It's a great question. But no, because B requires intentional as well as knowing, okay? So to violate A, you only have to knowingly participate in an obstruction, an impedance, a resistance, okay? So that only requires knowing participation in one of those things to be the misdemeanor. In order to presently qualify for B, you must also intentionally and knowingly cause that injury, okay? And so you don't always have B every time you have A if somebody gets injured presently. Now, just to point out to the body, I'm not a co-sponsor on this bill. If one of the co-sponsors wants to chime in here, I'm doing my best as committee chairman to explain what the committee heard. But no, you would not automatically have B every time you have A if there's an injury.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you. And I think the good chairman explained it correctly. If somebody does intend to cause the injury, you can already charge them under existing bill. If they did not intend to cause the injury, but they still intended to engage in the conduct which was considered to be interference, they're guilty of the misdemeanor. So what this adds is, as I said, it just makes, it negates the requirement of intending to harm. if you can, and therefore I think it needs to be defeated.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
So if I might ask the good chairman, who has a lot of experience in this, it seems like if it's not intended, accidentally happens, you're charged with the misdemeanor, you're charged with the felony. So you would think the inverse of that would have some logic too. So if a police officer in the course of his duties make an arrest unintentionally causes an injury to the person being arrested, can they too be charged with a felony?
Chairman Washit.
I think that would be fact dependent, be the safest way to answer that question.
Representative Bratton.
This would be helpful information. The organization that represents our officers said that they are happy with the way that things are and not to change that. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Minority Floor Leader Yin.
And maybe the good chairman of TRW can help me out here. So I think game wardens are also considered peace officers in certain specific situations. Is there a situation where a game warden could be out in the field? The A provision gets done and then the game warden trips and hurts themselves because they're out in the field. It can be very dangerous in certain areas and they get hurt. Does that person who committed a misdemeanor, should they really deserve a 10-year felony?
Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Washit's motion that with committee of the whole rise to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 87 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. I gotta find my script here. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. More than 7. Senate File 87, having failed a voice vote, a standing division roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza,
Excuse me.
Reagans, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Lock? No to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 10 aye, 48 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to adopt Senate File 87 on first reading. It has been laid back.
Pursuant to, I can nail it. Pursuant to House Rule 6-6, House Bill 87, having failed the roll call vote, is indefinitely postponed.
Okay, reading clerk.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 81, do pass amended. Senate File 58, do pass. Senate File 21, do pass. Senate File 69, do pass amended. Senate File 110, do pass. Senate File 35, do pass. Senate File 37, do pass amended. Senate File 61, do pass amended. Senate File 102, do pass. Senate File 66, do pass amended. Senate File 95, do pass amended. Senate File 84, do pass amended. Senate File 23, do pass amended. Senate File 50, do pass. Senate Joint Resolution 6, do pass. Senate File 87 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Representative Byron, Chairman.
Representative Byron.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
I move the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
Body, you have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is carried. Congratulations, Chairman Byron. Appreciate the enthusiasm, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see this time of evening. Next on our agenda will be signing of enrolled acts. Reading clerk, enrolled act number 13.
House Enrolled Act number 13 being original House Bill 28, an act relating to crimes and offenses, amending the definition of explicit sexual conduct for the purposes of crime of sexual exploitation of children and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act number 13, having been original House Bill 28. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Strzok. Next enrolled act for consideration is number 14.
House Enrolled Act number 14 being original House Bill 25, an act relating to Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program, eliminating the continuous enrollment requirement to maintain scholarship eligibility, repealing a provision of law, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign enrolled act number 14, having been original House Bill 25. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for consideration, number 15.
House Enrolled Act number 15 being original House Bill 24, an act relating to the review of charter school applications, amending the timeline for authorizers to review charter school applications and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 15, having been original House Bill 24. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act number 16.
House Enrolled Act number 16 being original House Bill 2. An act relating to city, county, state, and local powers requiring local government entities to comply with deadlines for reviewing specified residential building permits, allowing deadlines to be suspended and extended as specified, requiring local governments, entities to provide notice, providing definitions, providing penalties, specifying applicability, and providing for an effective date being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 16, having been original House Bill 2. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Filer. Okay. Messages from the Senate, please.
Message number 7. Motion to suspend rules and recall from committee, failed. Mr. Speaker, your motion to suspend the rules and recall and commit directly to committee of the whole on the bills listed below failed the Senate by the vote indicated. House Bill 141, Fifth Amendment Protection Act, ayes 7, noes 24. Message 219. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 4, Medicaid rate increase EMS services, ayes 28, noes 1. Message 220. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 10, Contracts for Holding and Treating Mentally Ill Detainees, ayes 30, excused 1. Message 221. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 20, Data Privacy, Government Entities, ayes 28, noes 3. Message 222. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 28, Elections, Voting Machine, and Voting System Tests. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 6, noes 25. Message 223. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with Allied Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to Senate File 28. The Senate conferees are Senator Case, Chairman, Senator Dockstader, Senator Landon. Message 224. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 48, Stem Cell Freedom Act, ayes 31. Message 225. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 41, Portable Benefit Accounts, ayes 31. Message 226. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 67, Wyoming State Guard Amendments, ayes 31. Message 227. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 88, Sex Offenders, Residents Near Child Care Facilities. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 1, noes 30. Message 228. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with Allied Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to Senate File 88. The Senate conferees are Senator Salazar, Chairman, Senator Crago, Senator Hicks. Message 229. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 119, Strategic Investments and Projects Account Repeal 2, ayes 30, noes 1. Message 230. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with Allied Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to House Bill 36. The Senate conferees are Senator Guru, Chairman, Senator Driscoll, Senator Salazar. Message 232. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 2, Fast Track Permits Act, ayes 31. Message 233. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 23, Participation in 6 through 12 Activities. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 30, noes 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 234. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 24, Review of Charter School Applications, ayes 31. Message 235. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 25, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program Amendments. Ayes 28, noes 3. Message 236. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 28, Sexual Exploitation of Children Amendments. Ayes 31. Message 237. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 75, Virtual Currency Kiosks. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 30, noes 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 238. Mr. Speaker, the House Bill 128, Enhanced Oil Recovery Severance Tax Exemption. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 30, noes 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 239. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 45, Long-Term Homeowners Tax Exemption Revisions. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 23, conflict 8. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Okay, we've got a request to concur on House Bill 23. Representative Andrew. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 233 to House Bill 23 and ask for your concurrence. What the body across the hall did is they took our interim bill, participation in K through 12 activities, which allowed or really solidified students' rights to participate in K through 12 activities at their public schools. And they went ahead and made this not 6 through 12, but K through 12. I think this improves the bill. I think that we were trying to solve an acute problem with this grade range, but why not everybody? Thank you.
Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Chief Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, you're voting on concurrence to concur on House Bill 23.
Ellement, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Byler, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Reagans, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, excused, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Yin, excused to I. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 1 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 23. Okay, next concurrence for our consideration. Concurrence on House Bill 128. Representatives Heiner or Tarver? Heiner, Majority Floor Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move concurrence for House Bill 128. I recommend an aye vote on this. Members of the chamber, this is all about severance tax exemptions for tertiary oil production. And somehow within the bill, we left in there tertiary oil and gas production in one spot. So they removed that and caught that. Recommend an aye.
Any discussion on the concurrence? Seeing no discussion? All right. Chief Clerk, at your leisure. Members, you are voting to concur on House Bill 128. We'll just wait a moment while they get things ready to roll.
Do you turn on? Alaman? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Klauston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Filer? Hornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmass? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly, excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Excused. Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Excused. Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 59 aye, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 128. Okay. You want to go on to these or wait? Okay. Next concurrence for our consideration. Representative Locke, this is on Bill 140, or excuse me, Bill 45.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, 45 or 75?
45.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 239 to House Bill 45. And I asked for a non-concurrence. I asked for a no vote on this. They made a couple of amendments to the bill. I think one of the amendments they intended to make one does not align quite the way I think they intended to do that. And so I think we'd like to go down and have that conversation with them and just make sure we clean it up. I'm afraid if we leave it in there the way it is, it made it a little bit messy. And just so everyone knows what this exemption did, this was the long-term homeowner. And what it did, it removed the sunset. And they made an amendment in there to make sure that a couple of amendments that conflict a little bit to try to make sure that this bill did not conflict with the People's Initiative, my bad. Yes, but the way they did the amendment, there was an issue in there, and I just want some time to talk with Ed, make sure I understand what they're trying to do and clean that up. Anyway, so I asked for a no vote, non-concurrence. Is that right?
Okay. That's correct. Yes,
Thank
sir. All right, body, we are asking for a vote on to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 45. Yeah, we just, so,
Mr. Speaker,
yes, please.
just a question, this is debatable, right? We can debate.
Oh, yes, I believe
Yeah,
it is.
so I have a question for the
Yeah.
good chairman. As I read those two amendments, they look identical, but they're in different parts of the bill. And basically, they just say if the people's initiative passes, you can't get both. You gotta apply for one or the other. But I guess I just wonder what the problem is. They look all right, and it looks like it was corrected, and they're in two different spots, but thank you.
All right, Representative Locke, do you have anything you'd like to share after that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. So basically what these two amendments were designed to kind of accomplish something similar. And when we first discussed it with them and when we had offered this amendment and I had them made, these two different amendments were actually designed to be in two different bills depending on which way the Senate wanted to go. And they kind of got commingled into this bill. And I just wanted to clean it up to where the single statement was clean. It didn't really exactly make this they worked in here, but they made this messy. And I wanted to just fix that and clean that up with them to make it so they had one and make sure they achieved the goal that they were trying to achieve. So that was really all I was trying to do.
Any other discussion?
Point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Yeah, so the mover of the amendment did
Oh,
just
that-
speak twice, so
Yep,
I
that,
think
he
we're
would have
done.
picked twice. Okay, yep, well, we jumped ahead of ourselves. We're done. Yeah, so we'll have to, sorry about that. Mhm. So now, body, we are voting to concur with the Senate amendments to HB 45. You've heard the recommendation of the chairman. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellerman, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Klauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke,
No.
Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, excused, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Storer, are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 2 aye, 55 no, 4 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen not to concur to Senate amendments on House Bill 45. The committee, the concurrence committee, or the put together will be Sherwood, Stivar, and Locke as chair. Sherwood, Locke, and Stivar. Locke as chair. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next for our consideration to concurrence on House Bill 75. Representative Clouston, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message 237. I ask for everyone's concurrence. The body across the hall took away a couple definitions that they felt as quickly as this has been changing to leave in the hands of the banking commissioner. After that, they had to redo the Roman numerets. And then they wanted to move the date up immediately. So we have some businesses that are already complying with this law, and then we have some that aren't. So to try to put the safety measures in place and decrease some of this fraud, as soon as this bill is effective, it would go into act. So again, just asking for your concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any discussion on the concurrence? Seeing no discussion, question being called. Members, you're voting on whether to concur on House Bill 75 with the Senate amendments. Chief Clerk, call the roll whenever you're ready.
Ellement, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, excused, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Weber, Worf, excused, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Repeat. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 1 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have chosen to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 75. Okay. All right, next we have message number 227. Senate. We've got to choose a conferees on that one. That one failed, so. This is message 227, Senate File 88, sex offenders residents near child care facilities. So selected. Judiciary Chairman chose for the committee Filer, Singh, and Chairman Washut. All right, next for consideration, message 222 on Senate File 28, elections, voting machine and voting system tests. We have a committee we're going to go send back down there to rework that one. That committee will be made up of Locke, Lucas, and Yin. Chairman Locke will be the chair on that committee. All right. Stand at ease briefly while we sort through, make sure everything's covered. Okay, any reports from standing committees? None. Messages from the Senate, we've done. So did our concurrences. Old acts, man, we've done really well. Well, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, unless there's something else that is noted, I am ready for a motion. I believe the deck is clear.
All right, I think everyone else is ready too. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., March 3rd.
Okay, any committee announcements? Vice Chair Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Joint Revenue Committee will meet tomorrow at recess in room 5 to go over interim topics.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your JCC for House Bill 36 will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in public meeting room number 1.
Thank you. Bob? Yes, sir. Representative Nicholas, please.
Just a privilege the floor.
Absolutely,
Mr. Speaker.
sir. Proceed.
Thank you. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that at 9 a.m., immediately after that NCSL session is over tomorrow, the Civics Lab is having a ribbon cutting. So you'll be right there. So everyone's welcome.
Thank you. Representative Nicholas. Chairman Bear, number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 2 will be meeting upon adjournment tonight to have an executive session in room E301. And then we will be meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow to address re-referrals. And that is in room E301 and online tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other announcements, committee announcements? Okay, want to remind everyone it's beginning tomorrow. Oh, Representative Knapp. Chairman Knapp. Number 7, Corpse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Corpse Joint Committee will meet for interim topics tomorrow at noon recess.
Recess. Thank you, sir. Any other announcements? Don't want to miss any of my committees. Everybody else is good? All right, just remind you that tomorrow morning, the committee training starts at 7:30, goes till 9, and then I would encourage you, like good Representative Nicholas shared with us, by all means, stay and be there for the ribbon cutting. I mean, you literally got to make about 4 decent strides and you can be right there. So I would encourage you all to participate in that tomorrow morning. And so with that, you have Majority Floor Leader, you have heard his motion. Unless there's anything else to be properly brought before, all those in favor of the motion brought by the good Majority Floor Leader that we would reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., please say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. We'll see you tomorrow morning here at 10 a.m.